Maverick News presents The Rick Walker Show. Defrag your mind.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rick Walker. Welcome back to the Maverick News channel. We have a big night ahead of us. All kinds of things to talk about, from the ongoing debate surrounding the Canadian government's, the Trudeau government's new budget, which has yet to be approved, to spiking gas prices in many places across the country, especially in Ontario, where they are about to hit a new high as early as tomorrow, according to gas industry experts. We also have evidence of Iranian meddling in protest actions in North America, Canada, the United States. If you think these protests, these pro-Palestinian protests, are entirely organic, you might think again. What else do we have? We have... oh boy. A cyber attack hitting New York State government's bill drafting office. We also have, from the politically correct files, a new phrase. I don't know if you've heard of this before. I'd never heard of it until I saw this news story that surfaced. Abrosexual. Abrosexual. It's a whole new thing to me. Seems like it's something fairly new across the board. We'll talk about that as well. And it appears we may have another death by suicide by self-immolation, someone setting themselves on fire. We're looking to get confirmation on the information, but I will share with you what I know up to this point about that. And while this is something we would normally not report on at all, it is a story that tonight I think needs to be told, even in short form, because I think it is in the public interest to do so. We'll dig into all of it and more when we come back on the other side of this.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals. Defenders of individual rights and freedoms. Credible. Trusted. Grounded in reality. Maverick News.
Check,
Maverick News.
Check.
Defending free speech. Free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, so I think that should fix my microphone issue, right? Yep. Check. Microphone working correctly? I believe so, probably. Let me know in the chat. Thumbs up. That's good. Good news. So, for those of you who maybe didn't quite get it, I'll just very briefly recap the headlines. Canadian budget, the Trudeau Liberal budget. We're going to talk about that. Ongoing debate in the House of Commons and elsewhere. Spiking gas prices, about to hit a new high, especially in Ontario. Report of someone who may have set themselves on fire. We're trying to get information on that to confirm it from the authorities. Oh, that gold heist. Remember that? Out of Toronto. I think we've got information on that for you tonight. 9 arrests being made in that $20 million gold heist out of Toronto Pearson International Airport. I'm telling you other things that I didn't tell you before. Also, these protests, these pro-Palestine protests, not as organic as they may appear to be. We now have actual evidence that these protests in Canada and the United States and really around the world are being manipulated, promoted even by the Iranian government. So we have all of this. Oh, there was an earthquake in Japan. And there's this whole new thing out of the politically correct file called abrosexual. Abrosexual. And it's all new to me. We're going to talk about that. And a cyber attack on a New York State government's bill drafting office. So lots to talk about here this evening. Also, stay tuned because later on in the broadcast we have Wafa Khan of Khan Segal Law, who will join us live here on the program to answer questions, legal questions on specifically things like immigration law, family law, and real estate law. It's, I think, timely given that I've been talking about people wanting to move to places like Costa Rica to escape Justin Trudeau's tyranny. And also, what did I talk about last night in a sidebar video that I will rerun again here for you tonight as well? Chris Sky says he's leaving the country, possibly forever. We'll tell you why later on in the broadcast. In fact, we might even try to get a hold of him. He's pretty strong language coming from Chris Sky. It's if I spoke like he spoke, I don't think people would speak to me again ever, to be honest. And I probably wouldn't blame them. But his approach is a little different than mine. So we've got all that coming up. Very interesting story with this Chris Sky thing. Pretty weird. Anyway, let's start with the Canadian budget, because the tax thing, it's the top story in Canada right now. We have everybody worried about the carbon tax. The budget's just come down. It's being debated. It still has to go through the approval process in the House of Commons. And people are jacked up about it, man, because the cost of living is out of control. That's why you have people protesting, and you even have liberals don't even like this budget and the money printing and the high rates of taxation and this carbon tax issue specifically. And I know that there was some hope that there would be a First Minister's emergency meeting this week with Justin Trudeau sitting at the table to answer questions about his ideological marriage to the carbon tax idea. But it hasn't happened. I'm not surprised. Let's go to the House of Commons and take in this exchange today on the budget issue, the carbon tax issue, the cost of living issue between the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau, and the leader of the official opposition, Pierre Poilievre, Conservative Party of Canada.
Questions orales de l'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Qui va?
Who will pay? Who will pay for this $50 billion orgy in new inflationary spending? It's not going to be those who are able to hide their wealth, nor the billionaires who invite the Prime Minister to private islands. They'll hide their money. Who will pay? The same person as always. You will pay. You who are losing your homes because of the rising interest rates. You, the ones who are paying too much taxes, who can't feed your kids. Why pay for him? I would just like to remind all members to direct their comments to the chair. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian economy cannot succeed if young Canadians cannot succeed. We have an economy that needs to do more to ensure that young people can have a strong future, a house, and it's the dreams of the middle class that the previous generations had. That's why we put together a budget that offers a fair chance to all the generations to succeed. And yes, we're asking the wealthiest to contribute a bit more, while the leader of the opposition is preaching austerity. He's defending the wealthiest, and we will be there for the middle class. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker. It's the 9th deficit, 9 years of this Prime Minister. He is not worth the cost, as always. Canada is not a fair country for young generations after 9 years of his government, which doubled the cost of housing, doubled rents, doubled the national debt. Why wait for a different result with the same old approach? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, instead of picking austerity like the former Conservative government did and like the Conservative Party currently is preaching, we chose to invest, and we're continuing to choose to invest in young families to be able to buy a home, in seniors, in young people, students. So we're investing in the jobs of the future. We're investing in new technologies. This is a choice that we're making to invest in Canadians, because that's how you build a stronger economy. The Conservatives can continue to encourage cuts and austerity. We will continue to invest for the betterment of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Who pays? Who pays for this latest $50 billion orgy of spending by this costly Prime Minister? We know who won't pay. It won't be those with trust funds that protect their millions of inheritance like the Prime Minister, nor the billionaires that invite him to their private Caribbean islands. They'll hide their money. You know who will pay? You will pay. You, the welder or waitress who can't pay your mortgage because he's inflated the mortgage rates. You will pay because he carbon taxed your food and now you can't feed your kids. Why should you pay for him?
My comment still applies. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to see the lengths to which the Leader of the Opposition will go to avoid saying that he is choosing to stand with the ultra-wealthy, against the middle class, against young Canadians. When we first got elected and raised taxes on the wealthiest 1% to lower them for the middle class, the Conservative Party and that leader voted against it. We're asking for the wealthiest in this country, the wealthiest 0.1%, to pay more in taxes so we can support the middle class, so we can restore the dream, particularly for young people, of home ownership, of a brighter future that the world is taking away from people all over the world.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister likes to blame the world for the problems that he caused. He doubled the debt, doubled the rent, doubled mortgage payments, doubled the needed down payment, and now he's doubling down on the same costly mistakes that have made life unaffordable for Canadians. When will this Prime Minister realize that he's not worth the cost and that repeating the same thing 9 times and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, what the Leader of the Opposition is saying is that he stands with the ultra-wealthy 0.1% in this country, and everyone else is on their own, because that's what he would do as he slashes programs, as he slashes investments, as he doesn't build the homes necessary, as he doesn't have a plan to fight climate change and create good jobs, as he has stood against affordability measures, as he stands against seniors getting dental care, Mr. Speaker. He is choosing to stand with the ultra-wealthy while we are investing in Canadians and building a stronger future that is fair for everyone.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he is the ultra-wealthy. He hid his family fortune in a tax-sheltered trust fund so he wouldn't have to pay the same tax as everyone else. He vacations with the ultra-wealthy on their private islands in tax-preferred locations where they can hide their money and avoid paying their fair share here in Canada. And now he's paying off the ultra-wealthy by spending $54 billion on debt interest, more than on health care. Why give more money to the ultra-wealthy bankers and bondholders instead of the nurses and doctors?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this is a budget that invests in fairness for every generation by asking the ultra-wealthy to pay a little more. And, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Party is choosing to stand with the status quo, stand with the ultra-wealthy, instead of saying, yes, we need to invest in young people. We need to build more houses. We need to support seniors with dental care. We need to create more spaces in childcare. We need to deliver hundreds of dollars a month tax-free in a disability benefit. These are the things we will be doing. Those are the things that they stand against.
The honourable member for Belleau et Chambly.
Okay. So that's the exchange in the House. But there are real cracks becoming visible within the Liberal ranks. Trudeau is in a little bit of trouble, maybe a lot of trouble, because even his old finance minister, Bill Morneau, has come out with harsh words for Justin Trudeau's budget. Bill Morneau says that it is a threat to investment and economic growth. Now, he was the finance minister for, from about 2015 to 2020. He had the job before Chrystia Freeland. And he is saying that the higher taxes that are part of this budget will probably scare away investment. He says that the wealthy business owners and corporations, the people most likely to face a higher tax burden as a result of these changes that are coming up on the tax system, will think twice about putting money into Canada as investments to make it work here, because they stand to make less on their investments. It's as simple as that. As a result, you won't get the economic growth, you won't get the same level of taxation. So by trying to charge more in taxes, you will end up collecting less. And the people will suffer because there will be a decline in productivity, a decline in production overall output, and a rise in unemployment. That's what he is saying. And this is a Liberal. This is a guy who used to be Trudeau's right-hand man. But they had a rift, a falling out, back around 2020, and Morneau is out of the picture. Don't be surprised if that guy runs for the leadership when the time comes. He may be the next leader of the Liberal Party, and he may pull things back over away from the left a little bit and bring it a little bit further over to the right. It won't be too far to the right because he's still a progressive, and make no mistake about that. The Liberal Party overall is fairly progressive. They do have a conservative wing. A little bit. And of course the NDP under Jagmeet Singh continues to be the tail that wags the dog, and we talked about that last night. Now, while all that's going on in the House, and Morneau criticizing Trudeau and the new budget, an actual Liberal premier from Newfoundland, Andrew Furey, had these harsh words to say about Trudeau and his carbon tax today, which is all part of the overall new federal budget, an integral part, carbon tax. Let's bring it up here. Here's Andrew Fury, Premier of Newfoundland
be an
and
asset
Labrador.
being a friend of the Liberal Party federally. Now it seems like it's maybe not. You're
Well,
talking
Hang on just a second here. There we go. I'm going to bring this back. This is a CBC clip, by the way, just to give them credit for it. And here he
to be an
is.
asset being a friend of the Liberal Party federally. Now it seems like it's maybe not. You're
Well,
talking
no,
about fighting them.
No, I'm not fighting. I mean, I think, on the carbon tax in particular, the Prime Minister has tried to bait me at times with certain ad hominems and name calling almost. But look, we have a very different opinion on the carbon tax. It's not right for the people of the province. Right now, given the inflationary pressures, given the indirect costs and induced costs that trickles down to people's tables, we hear that, we understand that. I wish the Prime Minister would understand that. He's being very sclerotic in his approach on this ideologic marriage that he has to this principle. That's not to say that we don't believe in fighting climate change. We certainly do, but this policy is wrong for the people of the province right now.
$1.69.9 a liter for gasoline here where I live today. That was a 10-cent spike in the space of a day, because it was $1.59.9 yesterday, and some of that is attributed to the new carbon tax, and it's going to increase over time. And as of tomorrow, gas industry experts, gas price watchers, like the gas wizard, I think they call this guy the gas price wizard. This is Dan McTeague. And they're predicting that by tomorrow, in some places here in Ontario, the price will hit $1.79.9 per liter. That's 3.78 liters per gallon, folks. So if you want to know the price in gallons, take that $1.79, multiply it by 3.78, then do the exchange into US dollars, and you have yourself the price in US funds to compare. I'm not going to do the math. I'm not going to go down that road. It's apparent enough at $1.79 per liter that the price is spiking.
The problem is Canada is fading. The United States is surging ahead, and we're not going to get the pickup. We're not going to get be able to be pulled in with their wake, because we don't have things that the world wants. And as a result, the Canadian dollar continues to remain very weak. 139 pennies, as I mentioned earlier, to buy a US dollar adds 26 cents to a liter of gasoline. Because energy is at the core of our economy, it also affects the price of food, of heating, the price of pretty much everything that we do. And so a weak Canadian dollar combined with high taxes is a dangerous recipe. Any party, conservative, liberal, or otherwise, proposes to eliminate it won't just be doing themselves politically a favor. They'll be doing a lot of constituents and consumers across this country a massive favor. I've had discussions with liberals, provincially and federally. I've warned them this is going to happen. I've been saying this for 7 or 8 years, and it's now taking place. So to me, you're going after a speck of grain on the Lions Gate Bridge in order to be able to virtue signal. You're taking the economy down as a result, and you're going to lose not just party status. It's likely that those parties will disappear for a very long time. The longer, the better.
It's the hot button issue right now, man. It's the issue that could ultimately lead to Trudeau being kicked out of there. Yes, sir. Yeah, I know a lot of people are impatient. You're worried. A lot of you are chomping at the bit, but you just be patient. I'm telling you, it's coming. Now, he's going to get his the next time people get to cast ballots, and that is not that far away. Let's move on to some other news here of the night, okay? That gold heist at Toronto Pearson International Airport. Remember that $20 million? Well, police say one former and one current employee of Air Canada are among 9 suspects that have Now they're now facing charges in connection with that theft at Pearson last year. So we know that police have laid a total of 19 charges against these individuals, and Canada-wide warrants have been issued for the arrest of 3 of those suspects who have not yet been apprehended. All of the suspects arrested in connection with this robbery have been released on bail. And you may recall that we were looking at some 6,600 gold bars, which were stolen from Air Canada's cargo facility. This was back on the 17th of April of last year, almost exactly 1 year to the day that police have now moved in and made arrests and laid charges against these people. They have video evidence, surveillance video. The gold, along with about $2.5 million in foreign currency, had been shipped to Toronto. It came from Zurich in an Air Canada plane and was offloaded to an Air Canada cargo facility. And then police say that the suspect came into possession of the stolen gold and the banknotes after presenting Air Canada personnel with an airway bill that was fraudulent. So this is a developing story, but it's a major move forward. A lot of people wondered if there would ever be arrests made or any progress made on it because so much time had gone by. But there were pure gold bracelets worth an estimated $89,000 as well. And it looks like some of this stuff has been recovered as well. So it was a huge story at the time. It's a huge story again now, and it's still developing. And now we'll have the court cases to follow, where I'm sure we will learn more about what happened and how this was done over time as the evidence actually comes out. It will take time to get all of the details, though. Again, patience is a virtue. Now, I have to say that I'm going to tell you about a story that I'm very uncomfortable reporting on because in my experience and with my background, my training in journalism, I was always taught and adhered to the idea that you do not report on suicides because it can encourage or spark copycat behavior. However, I can tell you that we have received reports of a self-immolation. This taking place at Red Deer Polytechnic out in Alberta, not far from Edmonton, in the town of Red Deer. So far, no reports on this in any mainstream media. No official confirmation of this from police. However, they have confirmed that there was a fire on April 14th. So we're going back now 3 days ago. And this happened in front of the sign for this educational institution in Red Deer, Alberta. The area has been blocked off. I believe even tonight is still a secured area as part of this investigation. At least it was still secured a number of hours ago when I last was able to check. I do have a request for information in to the RCMP out in Red Deer, Alberta. And the reason I bring this up is because of what happened with that Air Force officer. And I even hesitate to mention that person's name here. I'm going to try to avoid doing that. Because even though that person set himself on fire as part of a protest and is being portrayed in the media, especially by people on the left side of the political spectrum, as some sort of a hero to Palestine, I do not share that perspective at all. Quite the opposite, frankly. And so I am injecting some editorial opinion into this report here tonight, because as far as I'm concerned, the death of that gentleman who was the Air Force officer was a perversion, and his death was in no way a heroic act. It was an act of mental illness, radicalization, indoctrination. He was a victim of propaganda, and his death was exploited for political and military purposes by an uncaring, radical, terroristic group, by groups like Hamas. And it's beyond sad, it's beyond tragic. And while they yell, "Say his name," I refuse tonight. I will not say his name. That guy who did it to himself was a victim of a twisted, sick ideology. I do not know what the circumstances are surrounding this incident out in Red Deer. I do know that it's been swept under the carpet, whatever it is, or at least it appears to be the case. There has been some rumblings of it online. We do have students out there speaking about it. The college has said nothing about this. They've released no information. Police also have released no information on this. I just went to their website again. No media release at all on this incident. I have filed a request for information with them because I believe it is in the public interest to do so. Because this is an example of a possible copycat, and I do not know if that is the case, but if it is, I think the public especially needs to know. People are out there being subjected to all kinds of information warfare, propaganda, and it is twisting their minds. And I am certain that there has been more of this going on than any of us know, because this kind of thing is, generally speaking, not spoken about at all. And that is the case with this story, this incident. Now, I don't know. Again, this may or may not. I don't know what the motivation would have been behind this, and I don't know the circumstances behind it. And it is even possible that the information that we are receiving on this is not entirely factual, which is why we need to get more information from police. Because whether I report on it or not, people are talking about it out there. And if it is related in any way to this other incident, which happened back in February in the United States outside the Israeli consulate, then, it really needs to be talked about. Because it's putting people at risk. Setting yourself on fire as a form of protest is not an entirely new thing, to be sure. But he, this is a guy who on February 25th sets himself on fire outside the gate of the Embassy of Israel in Washington. And I have to tell you, it was almost like the sick, twisted, radicalized left-wingers and fascistic sick people out there were waiting for it. And I watched online media influencers latch onto it, exploit it for clicks, portray him as a hero, because they honestly, they don't care about him. They used him. You know who else they don't care about? Anybody else that does the same thing. They don't give a damn about that person as an individual. It's all about their movement, their political aspirations, their cliques, and their ultimate objectives. And it is disgusting. And to prop somebody up like that, portraying them as a hero, he might be a martyr. Oh, to be sure. He's a martyr. They've martyred that guy. And in so doing, they're exploiting him. But that is part of the ideology behind that terrorist organization, is to martyr people, including children and mothers and civilians of all kinds, as they hide behind them. That's their main play, man. Victimology. And I hope that what we're dealing with out in Red Deer is not related to any of this. But it brought it straight back top of mind for me. I remembered that incident back in February because I watched it. And once you see something like that, it is forever seared into your mind. They want people to say his name. I will not. Because it glorifies death. Not me. What a waste. A disgusting, disgusting waste of human life. No need for it. In fact, I'll suggest to you right now that a lot of you out there probably don't even know the name of the person I'm talking about who set himself on fire outside the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C. on February 25th. Do you remember his name? Honestly? Do you think a year from now anybody will remember? How much of a difference did it really make? And then for it to possibly lead, and I'm certain that it did, because there was all kinds of concern at the time that the glorification of his suicide, and it was a suicide, would lead to more acts of the same. That's why we need to talk about this. I don't want to lose any more young people to a senseless act of self-condemnation, self-harm. When I find out more, I'll let you know. If I'm able to find out more, if any of us are able to find out any more, because normally, you see, we just don't report on suicides. Because if you report on them, quite often what the person who has killed themselves, that's what they want. They're looking for attention for one reason or another. So you don't give it to them. Because if you do, it encourages other people to do the same thing. So that's about as far as I'm going to go with, even talking about this. I'm bringing it to your attention because it's a mental health issue. It's also a political indoctrination thing. And it's sick and it's twisted and it's got to stop. And I've had it up to here, honestly, with these other people who are glorifying it. And a lot of them, online influencers, way bigger than me, much bigger followings. I don't care. In a case like this, they're so wrong. It's a perversion. I weep for both of them and for the others who have done similar things. For their sacrifices really have been for nothing, regardless of what these other people might say. I'll be back.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now, at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program for your mind.
Okay, so still in that vein of what's going on in Gaza and the Middle East in general, and with that issue here on the home front, we're seeing ongoing protests, especially since around the 15th things really seem to get ramped up. There's a reason for that. And then we saw even yesterday pro-Palestinian protesters out in large numbers blocking railroad tracks in the Toronto area and coming right up against police, and things got pretty tense there for a bit. Here's a look at some of another one of those clips from Kareem Assad.
Fuck you, TPS! 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 Fuck you, TPS!
So basically, I would say that they don't seem to like police very much. Did you get that? Yeah. We've seen protests like this going on all over the world. And one of the reasons for that is because these protests are being helped along just a little bit, maybe even a lot, by foreign governments. we're coming through this whole foreign interference inquiry here in Canada, and a lot of attention, almost all of it, focused on China and Russia. But there are other countries who are engaged in trying to influence political activities, exert political influence within Canada and the United States. One of those countries is Iran, which is, of course, doing its best to kind of back up Hamas, which is one of its proxies, pushed up against Israel. Make no mistake of that. And so why am I bringing this up? Well, back around, like I said, things were really ramping up on the protest front around the 15th. And the reason is there was a whole campaign worldwide to get people out into the streets. It's part of a worldwide campaign for pro-Palestinian uprisings. And it goes beyond just a regular protest. This stuff is not organic, is what I'm telling you. Here's a promotional video that was produced to get people out onto the streets on April 15th.
On April 15th, people across 4 continents will launch an economic blockade in solidarity with Palestine. Through this coordinated mobilization, we will jam up trade choke points and disrupt the global economy. 30 cities and counting have joined the effort. This comes as Yemen is bombed to secure global trade routes and billions of dollars continue to fund the occupation. The time has come to open up new fronts against the Zionist war machine. It's time for collective risk. The global movement for Palestine has been gaining unprecedented momentum. What is happening in Gaza is unbearable. And we know that symbolic actions are not enough. We must escalate. As Palestinians face one brutal atrocity after another, we've watched them respond with collective resilience and fortitude. They inspire us to action. Their pain is our rage. For this, we are organizing and coordinating, and on April 15th, we will disrupt global logistical hubs and will clog flows of capital worldwide. In Melbourne, Australia, Taipei, Taiwan, Genoa, Italy, Catalonia, Spain, Miami, Oakland, London, Athens, Greece, Detroit, Seattle, Montreal, and in dozens of other cities across the world, we will identify and blockade major choke points in the economy. We will focus on points of production and circulation with the aim of causing maximum economic impact. If one city faces police repression, other cities will extend or expand blockades in solidarity. We will not talk to the police. Solidarity is affinity, and we have each other's backs. For 75 years, Israel has operated with impunity, but the Zionist project must end now. Go to a15action.com for more information on how to plug in.
So there's some truth for you. And I'm going to say something here, and it might not make me very popular. Do you know what the real plan was behind these Axe the Tax freedom protests at border points across Canada? Why would they set up on a highway at a border point, at all border points across the country? What's the objective? They told us. You listen to what they're saying. Every cross interprovincial border point across the country is where they targeted these protests for Axe the Tax. And yet when you listen to the influencers who are helping to push those protests along, what was the real objective? We know that the original plan, and I can get you the video to show you of them saying what the plan was to protest at first by waving flags and so on, which they don't like because they wanted to burn the flags, the Canadian flags, which I ran a clip of them talking about that because they don't like the country at all. They don't believe in Canada at all. So they want to burn the flag. And then if they didn't get what they wanted, then they were going to block the highways and shut down interprovincial travel and trade. And when was this happening? At exactly the same time as that. Coincidence? I don't think so. The whole idea behind what you're seeing there is to get people to act out without realizing what it is they're actually supporting, what they're involved with. And so they're using that old KGB technique described by Yuri Bezmenov, former KGB agent, and there's that video online, and we've played that for you before. How does all of that work? They don't have to start these movements, these political organizations, these foreign interferers. They just help them along. They see a snowball start to roll, they choose a date, they have certain people in place, they have websites, they have social media accounts, and then they just plant ideas, or they even set up events and get them rolling along. And they will have people in place that are working as agents as well to help push these destabilizing demonstrations. It's part of fifth generation warfare. These demonstrations that you're seeing, are these pro-Palestinian demonstrations, even some of these freedom demonstrations, are part of their plan, these foreign actors. And the people involved in the demonstrations often don't even realize that they're being used as dupes to do the bidding of the people who are planting these ideas in their skulls. And some of them become very indoctrinated into a particular way of thinking because of the information warfare that they're being subjected to online. How do I know? Because I've read intelligence reports. And tonight I can show you as well that there is actually, let me find this here for you. Here's a top secret letter from Iranian, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. This has been leaked. And this goes back now to April 15th, and they did not get the traction globally that they wanted. They did not get the traction that they were hoping for here in Canada with both the Palestinian protests and possibly even these freedom protests, which honestly, I think, and I'm not saying that the people involved in the protests on the ground are even necessarily aware that they're out there helping these guys, but whether they're aware of it or not, they are. Because they're destabilizing the country and helping to the snowball roll down the hill, gain momentum, and pick up more and more snow and become larger as it goes down. And that's also been part of their strategy. If within 72 hours they were going to blockade the highways, they didn't get enough people to come out to do it. So what are they doing? They're still sitting out there and they're trying to build it day after day after day and get it really big up at around the weekends is what the plan is, so that they can then blockade the highways and shut down trade and disrupt the entire damn country at the same time as all these pro-Palestinian protesters are out there as well. And then it all kind of comes together. And I can tell you as well that there's been a lot of talk within the movement of bringing the freedom movement and the pro-Palestinian movement together, but it hasn't really worked out, because you have in the populist movement, within the freedom movement itself, such a diverse range of political views that just in some ways don't quite mesh with what's going on with the pro-Palestinian movement. So it kind of came together during that previous Million March for Children back in the summer for a minute. Then October 7th happened, and that all blew apart because it just couldn't hold. You know what I'm telling you is true. This is some of the unspoken stuff. But the reason I'm telling you tonight is because people are being encouraged to take their kids out to these things. They're encouraged to bring their pets out to these things. We've seen these freedom protests portrayed as something almost like a carnival atmosphere. It's fun for the whole family. Come out to the side of the Trans-Canada Highway to the petting zoo. It's not a petting zoo. It's about this. And you need to be aware. It's only fair that you know what you're getting yourself into when you go out to these things. You damn well should have, there should be transparency and truth in what you're being told so that you're not being used as a pawn or cannon fodder. Because some people are simply not being truthful with you. You think you're out there flying your Canadian flag because you're a patriot, when in reality, a lot of the people putting that whole thing together want to set that damn thing on fire because they hate this country with every fiber of their being. And they've said so. It's one thing to want to fix it. It's something else, again, to want to tear it down just like these guys. That's the damn truth. You know what they call people who want to destroy the country? They call them traitors. I see a lot of people running around out there with their flags that they really want to set on fire, calling Trudeau the treasonous one. And yet what do they want to do? Worse. I understand that the Prime Minister is giving up, has given up much of our sovereignty to global interests. And I'm not in favor of that. No, sir, I'm not. But I love my country, and I'm not going to sit here and let people lie to you so that you get to go out and get your ass arrested or put your children at risk or your pets because you think it's all bouncy castles and fun times. But it isn't. It's serious business. And there's a lot more going on than people realize, and people are being manipulated in ways that they are not aware of, including some of the leaders who are not leaders at all because they're just being duped. They're useful idiots. And I'm all for the protesting, and I have nothing against axe the tax protests. I'm all for that. I don't think that the carbon tax is a good idea at all. I want it gone too. And I'm all for protests. That's why I haven't been coming out and saying anything, really negative about the protests themselves. It's all fine as long as you stay within the guardrails and do it right. And so far they have. But we know that there's a larger agenda there. And I swear to God, it's connected to this. And you know why I know? Because it's just blatantly obvious. I could go back and map it out on a graph. Every time there's a major development internationally, there's a coinciding attempt to ramp people up and get them out and get another convoy going as well. Because why? Because I'm telling you, there is some foreign influence going on within the freedom movement itself, so that people are being manipulated and they don't even know it. Every single time. Whether it's the release of the Sound of Freedom movement movie, and then and it was a progression at that time. You had the release of that movie, and then you had the whole Save the Children protest organized at the same time, and that ramped right up. You got that million March for Children thing that happened. Very successful, I would say, but it all coincided. It all came together at exactly the same time. And then we got the October 7th thing, and it all kind of blew up. And we had and then the true nature of the core group of people behind that, the violent aspect of that, it was all exposed, wasn't it? Well, why do you think they're thinking like that? It's because they're being manipulated. It's not even that I'm not against the people who are out there trying to make a difference. I'm just warning you. I'm telling you. And this is the proof. This is a letter between generals in the IRGC talking about manipulating people in exactly this way. This is about the Iranian government fueling these kinds of protests with websites, online information warfare, propaganda, specifically aimed at the April 15th activities, which we did see. Bridges shut down in the United States, major thoroughfares shut down, infrastructure shut down, not on enough of a scale. Airports, people couldn't get to their planes. Major disruptions. That affects the economy. It affects people and their ability to function day to day. It just completely disrupts and destabilizes society. They're really using CIA tactics against the United States, against Canada, against the West. They're just doing to us what we've kind of done to them with our lettered agencies in other countries. It's the beginning of something what is referred to as a color revolution. It's destabilizing things to the point where people get pissed off and they rise up. That's the way it works. I'm telling you because I don't want you guys to get hurt. And I don't want people with the best of intentions to get sucked into something unknowingly where they're going to suffer as a result. Everything I'm doing, everything I'm saying, everything I've said for the past 2 years sitting in this chair is about exactly this kind of activity. Using people as pawns, as cannon fodder, political cannon fodder in fifth-generation warfare. This is World War III, and you are the foot soldiers. If you let yourself be a foot soldier. But if you're going to be a foot soldier, you better know what it is you're fighting for. Because all I'm seeing is a whole lot of people talking about what they don't like and what they want to tear down without a real plan in place to tell us what we're going to get on the other side. And you know who ends up suffering when roads are shut down, bridges are shut down, railways are disrupted, you can't get goods to market? You know who suffers? The people. Not the big corporations. They're multinationals. They have so much money, they'll never go bankrupt. But the people suffer because they can't work, they can't pay their bills, they can't get their groceries, they can't feed their kids, the kids can't go to school, they can't get places. Everything goes to hell in a handbasket, and that is exactly what these guys want. Because as soon as things go to hell in a handbasket, you know what they tell you? They tell you it's the government's fault, and yet they're the ones actually shutting stuff down. And you know why the cops shut down the highways? Because the protesters are up the road, and they don't want the protesters to get run over. But then you hear, oh, it's the cops who shut the highways down. It wasn't us. No, you had nothing to do with it. Right. You're just down there, and that's why they shut it down, to keep people safe. Oh, well, they use safety as too much of an excuse. I know that they overstepped their bounds and they used too much force in Ottawa. I wasn't in favor of that, and I said the use of the Emergencies Act was a big mistake, and that's the mistake our governments continue to make here over and over and over again. They use too much force. We saw it in Ottawa. You're seeing it right now in Gaza with Israel, with Netanyahu, who fell into the trap after October 7th. Just the stupidest thing you could do was to go in hard the way that he did, because why? You're losing this kind of battle, this information warfare battle, the public relations battle. You lose that, you lose the war. Doesn't matter how much you blow up. You're not going to win any kinetic war. It's not going to matter if you don't have the support of the people, not just within your own country, but worldwide as well. You've got to do it right. You've got to do it ethically. You've got to do it in a way that portrays you as being in a place on the moral high ground. And you need to have the moral high ground. Not just have it, but also be seen to have it. Trudeau doesn't, because he didn't get it either. So he went straight for the authoritarian hammer. And look at the state of the country today as a result. Now, he's portrayed as the authoritarian, which is true, but these other authoritarians are manipulating people behind the scenes and using people, exploiting people, and putting people in harm's way. It's wrong. I'm just warning you. I'm just informing you. I'm telling you. And this letter, this top secret letter from the Iranian government, talking about exactly what I'm telling you about here tonight, confirms what I'm saying. This is the truth. They ramp up the protests. I'll tell you what, the other thing they do, they funnel money in. All these lettered agencies from all these countries do that kind of thing. They see a protest, they see the organization that's coming up behind it and organizing it, and they will pump money into it through, it's dark money that comes in through different donation channels and things like that, so that it doesn't look like there's foreign money coming in, but there is. Happens all over the world. Happens here, happens in the US, happens in Russia, happens in Iran, happens in all over the place. In Israel, it happens. You think all those protesters out on the street calling for Netanyahu's resignation are all out there just organically, that came up with the idea on their own? No, that stuff has to be organized. And they have to get people out, and how they do that with social media. They're using social media in the most sophisticated ways ever. This is very sophisticated warfare. The proof is right in front of you. I'm just pointing to it. I'm showing it to you. So just be aware of what you're getting into. Now, that doesn't mean that people shouldn't protest. Yeah, go ahead and protest. Just make sure that you've got this in the back of your mind all the time, so you know that you're aware that you may be just, you might be undergoing a little bit of manipulation. And the people around you, same thing. And it's high time people started asking the question that I've been asking all along. What are you fighting for? What do you offer? What is it that you're going to give us on the other side? What's your plan? Well, the only plan that I hear from people, honestly, who want to go out and get crazy, is they just want to go out and get crazy and tear it all down. Hold them accountable. Yeah, okay, after you've done that and the government's gone, what are we going to get then? Well, I'll tell you what's going to happen. There are people waiting in the wings, in the shadows. People you probably haven't even heard of. And if at some point the crazy people, and they are crazy, are successful and they tear everything down, those people will emerge from the shadows and they'll assume power. And they'll give you something new. And I'll tell you what it won't be. It sure as hell won't be democracy. And if they tell you it's democracy, it'll be a farce. It'll be a facade. You're going to lose your democracy if those guys get a hold of everything. Now, you want to fix things, I'm there with you. But you want to tear it all down and burn it, including you take your damn hands off my flag. You get your dirty, grubby, unpatriotic, treasonous, traitorous hands, you keep them off my flag. You hear me? Keep your hands off my flag. It's not yours. Sick of you people. To death. You're so sick that you propagandize people to death. You get them to do it to themselves. So tired of you. You fake Canadians. How dare you? How dare you?
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Somebody else who's fed up, so fed up that they're leaving the country, is Chris Sky. Now, I don't agree with a lot of what Chris Sky has to say, and I'm honestly shocked at some of the language that he's been using over the last couple of days. Made a little video last night because after I signed off, I became aware that he's leaving the country, or says he's about to leave the country and shut down all of his social media. So I'm going to share that video with you now. Going to run that because not a lot of you saw it. But this is what I had to say last night about Chris Sky saying he is leaving the country. And he'll explain in his own words. Chris Sky is leaving Canada. Not everybody is unhappy about it. Some of his political opponents, online adversaries, they're celebrating. Here's a post from Dean Blundell. Not sad to see Chris Sky saying that he's leaving the country. Why is Chris Sky leaving the country? Well, it's all about politics. Attitude. Thought crimes, maybe? It depends on how you look at it. Let's take a look at what Chris Sky has to say about this himself. Here's his post on Telegram. Oh, I have to bring up the tab for you here. Chris Sky on Telegram. Right here. Here's his post saying he's leaving Canada. Chris Sky. Announcement: soon I will be closing all my social media and I will be leaving Canada indefinitely. Canadians have failed. The country is finished and it's time to look after my own interests. Chris Sky. And here's Chris Sky in his own words.
So, why am I leaving Canada? It's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. We had our chance. We fought back after 4 years. We got our freedoms back. And then when it came to phase 3 of holding these people accountable, Canadians did what they normally do. They took the fucking easy way out, sat back down on their couch, put their heads back up their ass, and stopped paying attention and started pretending like everything was all right. And while they're sitting there pretending everything's all right, the government got away with every single evil thing they did, and not one of them paid any consequence. So now what are they doing? Now they just got more brazen. So now what are they going to do? They're going to do everything they did before, but now they're passing all these wonderful new laws to make sure that they can go after people like me before we can actually be effective. So why the fuck would I choose to stay here when, guess who the first person they're going to use the new house arrest law on? Guess who the first person they're going to use the new anti-Semitism law on? It won't be you. It won't be your family. It'll be me. But I'm supposed to stay here, and I'm supposed to be on the front lines, and I'm supposed to take the next round of bullshit after the last 4 years and 27 arrests and 80 charges. And what did you fucks do? You sat back down on your couch. And when I walk by, you give me a pat on the back. Thanks, guys. Thanks. No, it's time for me to look after myself. It's time for me to look after my family. So I'm going to get out of Canada. Why? Because the next 5 years in Canada is going to look like this. Every single year, it's going to get far more expensive for you to live. Every single year, you're going to have far less freedoms. Every single year, your government is going to restrict more and more of your activity and mobility. Every single year, the Zionist agenda, the LGBT agenda, the attack on your children is going to move forward. And every single year, Canadians are going to make excuses and try to justify how their lives are getting shittier by the second. Just a few days ago, I had a Canadian woman tell me, you know, you're 100% right. It's absolutely insane what's happening with food prices. But you know what? We shouldn't be eating so much anyways. That was the most Canadian comment I've ever heard in my life. Being so fucking pathetic, so demoralized, and having so little wherewithal that you will accept a reality where you simply cannot even afford to eat. And then you will try to justify it and rationalize it by saying, oh, well, I was eating too much anyway. That is the Canadian attitude. Piss on me, shit on me, bend me over, fill me up with your fucking cum, and I'll just ask for more. So why the fuck would I stay here and fight for fucking losers like that? Why would I put myself at risk? Why would I sacrifice the rest of my life? I already sacrificed the last 4 years to save this country. And we did save this country. And now you fucks are letting it slide way worse than before. And making even more excuses than before. And thinking it's okay now because you don't have to walk around with a mask for right now. So what do I have to say to all Canadians? Fuck you. You are the reason why I'm leaving. It's not Trudeau, it's you. Trudeau is a symptom of the problem that is the Canadian condition. And the Canadian condition is that we have the weakest, most feminized, pussified males on planet Earth and the most ignorant females that will take the lead over these men, but only to lead them even more astray. That is where we are in Canada today. Demasculinized, anti-male, non-leaders being led around by females that don't know their ass from a hucking hole in the ground. Canada is done. Canada, in the next 5 years, is going to fall farther than any other nation on planet Earth. And if you're unlucky enough to be here, congratulations, you earned it. As for me, I earned something a little better, and I'm going to enjoy it.
Wow. It's not just that he hates Canada. Chris Guy seems to hate Canadians. And he says so. Wow. Well, you can see why some people are not sad to see him go. Others hope he comes back. My guess is this is sort of like a Snoop Dogg moment. Remember when Snoop Dogg said he was giving up smoking? It has that ring to it, that feel. It's I think this is kind of Chris Guy's Snoop Dogg moment. I think he'll be back. Just saying. We'll see where it goes, folks. I'll have more to say about this tomorrow night. Okay. And I did, and here I am. And, well, he got me, didn't he? Got me to talk about it. So I guess it worked. Got me to click. Snoop.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back and I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here in Canada. I'm not running away. I'm going to stay right here. I'm going to continue to fight for freedom. Yes, I am. And I'm not going to say F you to you. I'm going to say join me. And together, we'll fix this darn place. And it needs a lot of fixing, doesn't it? Yes, it does. And you're not going to fix it by running away. So I'm here for good. I'm not going anywhere. No, sir. In spite of all the problems. And you know, the problems are very apparent in these protests. Some of them paid protesters, some of them the usual suspects. They come out for, you know, one month it's Black Lives Matter, then the next month it's I don't know, a climate change agenda, and then the next thing after that, you never know, it's these pro-Palestinian protests. It is people from the progressive left wrapping around and coming in and meeting people on the fascistic right, coming together, and you get this kind of stuff posted online. Update on our comrades arrested last night. Comrades. Isn't that interesting? Comrades. Where do you hear that language? And I've been told, oh no, we don't want a revolution. Yeah, you do. Update on the 4 people arrested at the Toronto rail blockade last night. On Tuesday night, during the successful 5-hour freight rail blockade, 4 comrades were arrested when police suddenly stormed our line. Oh, just out of the blue. Since then, they have been moved around and split up at 2 divisions, a police tactic to make support more difficult. Those pesky cops. Currently, 2 are at 14 Division and 2 are at 23 Division. All are awaiting bail hearings. Stay tuned for further updates. They blocked a train there for 5 hours. And their intent, I guess, was to hold the federal government accountable for their policies on Israel, Palestine. Obviously not happy with the government's support of Israel. But again, that's an organized thing, man. That's not just organic. You've seen these people in action before, and it's interesting how I see people within, you know, what I would normally expect to be sort of conservative, pro-freedom movements wrapping around and supporting these pro-Palestinian Hamas protests. And I'm not justifying any mass casualties or deaths out there. Not at all, folks. I'm just saying that we're seeing some very strange affiliations and alliances formed. And it's largely because people don't really realize what's being done to them. And the cannon fodder got arrested. At least 4 of them did last night. But that's okay, because they'll get them bailed out, and they'll live to fight another day. Political correctness, man. It's rearing its head again, and I gotta tell you, I can't keep up. And I don't mean, I just, people can do whatever you want. You can call yourself whatever you want, I guess. But the thing that I'm running into here is I cannot keep up. There's a new phrase out there related to the whole sexual identity, political thing, LGBTQS plus whatever. There's a new one. At least it's new to me. Abrosexual. Had never heard of it before. But now suddenly, in this this report, this news report that I came across, I'm like, this person says, I'm abrosexual. It took me 30 years to figure it out, to realize. Here it is here. I was like, what is this about? Abrosexual. This is Emma Flint. A story from Emma Flint. He says, when did you decide this? Is this even a label? I've never heard of it. I support you, obviously, but this doesn't sound real. Just some of the words that greeted me, she says, when I came out as abrosexual, or is it abrosexual? I don't know, to a close friend back in 2020. Needless to say, we're not friends anymore. For those of you who don't know what abrosexuality is, in layperson's terms, it simply means when someone's sexual identity fluctuates and changes. Whew. Just when I thought I was figuring things out, now it's fluid. Like, how am I supposed to deal with the pronouns on this? I don't know what to do. I don't, it's like, do what you want, man, but please just don't get angry with me if I don't use the right pronoun, okay? I read and reread the text, the dismissiveness of their message getting deeper each time. Here I was, it says, sharing my identity with someone I trusted, only for them to scoff at my words. Although the easy defense is that you can't determine someone's tone from a text message, I think it's clear that the vibe was far from supportive. It was judgmental and immediately doubtful. Sadly, this person isn't the only one who's voiced their opinions on my abrosexuality, and I doubt they'll be the last. It says, when I was growing up, I'd never heard the term abrosexual. You were either straight, gay, or lesbian as far as 90s society was concerned. Anything else was made up. Of course, we know that's far from the truth, but societal blind spots mean we learn terms much slower than if they're readily accessible. Are you getting the idea? Basically, you can be something one moment and then something else the next. Never heard of this before. But I guess you can identify as whatever you want these days. And why the heck not, right? Like, reality itself doesn't even have to be real anymore. Reality can be a construct. I am a cup. I don't know, man. Like, I don't mean to make light of it or be disrespectful, but I don't get it. Maybe I'm just too old, too conservative, too set in my ways, for sure. Abrosexual. New word. Another new thing to try and figure out how to deal with that day to day. Not that I've ever met anyone who's ever told me that before, so it's a whole new thing to me. Anybody out? I'm going to check the comments. Has anyone ever heard of this before? Abrosexuality? Abrosexuality. Abrosexual. No. Nobody's commenting yet over here. Let me check in the Rumble chat. And, stay tuned here, folks, too, because we've got our guest, Wafa Khan from Khan Segal Law, will be joining us very shortly here on the program. And it'll be an opportunity, I think, we're going to be able to go to the phones and you can ask questions and get some legal expertise, some expert tips on the legal front. So anybody that has any questions about family law, real estate law, or immigration law, you're in the right place. Johnny says it's a new word just made up. And Celtic Glow says, you crack me up, Rick. I think I'm an abrosexual. Yeah, yeah. Raising Wolves says, nope, never heard of it before. It's all new to me. It's all new to me. I've never heard of it. I get it. It's just like it's fluid sexuality. You can be, I don't know, you can be bisexual. You can be, I don't even know what all the things are. I don't even know what all the letters mean. I can't keep them all straight. I'm too old. My memory maybe just isn't up to the task. Maybe this is a sign of premature Alzheimer's. I hope not. And I like to think that I'm, open-minded about things. I think I am. I'm a pretty tolerant person. I don't quite get this one. But whatever. Okay. Abrosexual. So there's a new one for us. Also, you know what I'm trying to be tolerant of? Electric cars. Not being very successful. I don't really like them that much. Germany now is talking about banning weekend driving to meet their climate change emissions targets. Their transport minister has suggested banning weekend car use for the sake of meeting those proposed emissions quotas. The 2-day-a-week ban on personal use of cars as well as new speed limits. That's what's being considered as part of this whole effort. Got to reduce that carbon footprint for Germany and the world. Transport Minister Volker Wissing is a member of the supposedly pro-market FDP party, and he's been talking about this in relation to the impending new piece of climate legislation, the Climate Protection Act. He's warned that the restrictions on personal car use could be implemented if alternative amendments are not made to that legislation. He says here, comprehensive and indefinite driving bans on Saturdays and Sundays are being considered, Wissing admitted, as Germany's coalition government continues to struggle to set emissions cuts per sector under their new proposed climate legislation. And this is having already a dramatic negative impact on Germany's domestic auto industry because they have plans to ban combustion engines after 2035, as many countries do, including Canada. And that's what they're talking about, man. You won't be able to drive your car on the weekends. Under the terms of the Climate Protection Act, the German economy will have to get 22 million metric tons of carbon emissions per year. That's what Wissing is saying as part of this legislation that he's proposing. And despite the country recently setting records on CO2 reductions and contributing just 2% of global CO2 emissions, Germany's Green Left coalition is pushing to go even further. Critics are accusing them of risking the country's industrial future with plans to transition the economy away from fossil fuels too quickly. And you're hearing now similar concerns expressed right here in Canada. You just heard them here on Maverick News, with even liberals, including his former finance minister and the Premier of Newfoundland, who's a liberal, Andrew Furey, coming out and saying the carbon tax, not the right thing at the right time. It's the wrong thing at the wrong time. People don't want it. Need a different strategy. Trudeau's not listening. Just ram that legislation, that taxation through. Ram it through. But they'll blame everything on climate change. including this earthquake that just hit southern Japan. Has a preliminary magnitude of 6.4. It hit southern Japan earlier today. The epicenter was the Bungo Channel, excuse me, which is a strait separating the Japanese islands of Kyushu and Shikoku. Some water pipes burst, but no major damage has been reported according to local media. But it sure shook things up. Back in 2011, in March, the northeast coast of Japan was struck by a magnitude 9 earthquake. I remember that. It was the strongest in Japan on record, and as a result, you got a massive tsunami. Yeah, I remember that story vividly. The devastation. And as a result of that, you got back then the world's worst nuclear disaster since Chernobyl, which happened about a quarter of a century prior to that. I don't know how many of you remember that, but wow, that was devastating. It wasn't the earthquake so much, it was the tsunami that came afterward. Okay, so what else do we have for you here tonight? You know what? Let me take a quick break here. I'm going to queue up a little bit more news, and our guest will be arriving very shortly, so get those dial-in fingers ready, because we're going to be going to the phones very shortly.
We are Mavericks. We say no to the Trudeau and Biden New World Order. And to bugs. Because bugs are creepy and gross. And people should not eat bugs. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Hey, no! To bugs!
The New World Order. Government overreach. The Great Reset. Mainstream media lies. Now more than ever, independent voices are needed. Donate now, at freedomreporters.com. That's freedomreporters.com. Maverick News. The antivirus program. For your mind.
Okay, so this one is something else, but I'm about to tell you, because what I'm going to show you is gonna make you laugh and cry at the same time and burst your brain. You know the company, right? That's involved in that Arrive Can or Arrive Scam Act. Well, this is something else. Members of Parliament enacted this extraordinary parliamentary power today. They summoned this Arrive Can contractor to appear before the House of Commons. And so this guy's name, Christian Firth, and it was all parties that decided to force this GC Strategies partner to appear in the House to answer questions. And he has admitted that RCMP conducted a search warrant at his home looking for evidence. And of course, the Arrive Can scandal involves a massive overpayment for the development of that Arrive Can app, which, by the way, I was encouraged to use when I arrived home from Costa Rica when I went through customs, but I did it the old-fashioned way with my passport, and I had to walk up to this new contraption, though. I'll tell you, it was a little weird. At least it was for me. Then you get your passport scanned. You do it yourself. It's a self-serve terminal. And then this camera scans your face. So they have your picture on your passport already. Then they match it to the your face, I guess they're using facial recognition to match you up to your passport. And somehow, miraculously, they let me come home. They let me back into the country. But this guy, he was answering all these questions, a series of questions in the House. And he's on the hot seat, right? You're not going to believe what happened here, though. So he confirms that this RCMP search warrant took place. And I guess this is the first time in 100 years that MPs have agreed to find Firth in contempt of Parliament, because ordering him to both appear and face questions is something that's going to go down in history. And the reason they're holding him in contempt, well, I mean, he refused to answer some questions today. I have to play you this clip. He cites a mental illness as a reason why he can't answer these questions. He even brought a doctor's note. Oh, I shouldn't laugh because it's so perverse, but here it is. You're not going to believe it. I couldn't believe it when I listened to this.
The Honourable Leader of the Government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Could Mr. Firth inform the House as to whether he consulted with a medical professional prior to his appearance today regarding answering questions from the House?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I did. I consulted yesterday.
Monsieur l'Honorable Ministre.
Mr. Speaker, is Mr. Firth comfortable sharing what the doctor told him?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I am. I'm supposed to not participate in any activity that would cause any undue stress to myself, as being diagnosed with having acute mental health flare-ups, actively under therapy, and also on medication.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, was the information about Mr. Firth's medical condition shared with the House of Commons administration?
Mr. Firth.
Sorry, can you answer the question again, please?
Certainly, by all means.
The Honourable... One moment. Just want to make sure the time. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Was the information about Mr. Firth's medical condition shared with the House of Commons administration?
Mr. Firth.
Mr. Speaker, we shared it with the clerk.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, this information is consistent with what was shared with all recognized parties yesterday individually by the law clerk and parliamentary counsel, that Mr. Firth's health is fragile and that a doctor has provided a note recommending that Mr. Firth does not participate in activities such as the questioning today for mental and physical health reasons.
Somebody don't want to answer no questions. Why would that be? Could you explain those millions of dollars and how you spent them, please, on developing that ArriveCan app? I'm sorry, my doctor has advised me not to answer any questions, as it may completely stress me out to the point where I may have a seizure. What does that tell you, folks? Tells me a lot. The doctor's note kind of says it all, doesn't it? I'll be right back, and I'm going to fire up these phones, and that should carry us through until the arrival of our special guest for tonight.
The information war is raging. Truth without integrity is worth nothing. Maverick News. Because those who have power and those who seek it must be held accountable.
The world is watching.
Join our family of truth seekers. Donate today and add your voice to the chorus of Maverick Knights. Donate at MaverickDonations.com. Truth. Integrity. It's the Maverick way. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, if you'd like to call into the show, you can do that at this number. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call now, 1-519-401-1373. One 519-401-1373. Exercise your right to free speech. That's 1-519-401-1373. That's 1-519-401-1373. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. Okay, so if you'd like to call into the show, you can do that at area code 519-401-1373. That'll can't work in both Canada and the U.S. In fact, let me just revise that. And again, that is 1-519-401-1373. There we go, 519-401-1373. You can also support the channel if you like what we do, and we do need your help, by donating to MaverickDonations.com. That takes you to the Give, Send, Go. Or you can also support the program at FreedomReporters.com. And it doesn't cost you anything to like, share, and subscribe. That would help us out a lot. Please consider subscribing over on Rumble. We're really growing over there. And yeah, we can use your support on YouTube as well. We still, we're kind of split between the two platforms. But more and more people moving over to Rumble every day. Picking up a lot of viewers on some other platforms too, with the reposts of these programs on Cloud Hub and yeah, links over on Truth Social. We're actually getting a following on TikTok too. So check us out over on TikTok. And please subscribe over there. Once we get to the threshold of subscribers, we can start to live stream over there, and that'll make a big difference too. That'll help replace some of the stuff that we've kind of lost over on Facebook. So just putting that out there, and would sure appreciate your help. And we've got our guest waiting in the wings. So without going to the phones, we'll delay that actually. Do not call, do not pass go, do not collect $200 because our guest is about to join us on the other side of this. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Maverick News. Fighting for freedom.
And I am back, and joining us now is our special guest for tonight, Wafa Khan.
Hi, Rick. How are you?
I'm just fine. Very nice to meet you.
You as well. Thank you so much for having me tonight.
Oh, my pleasure. My privilege, really. I'm very excited to speak with you because
I
we've been
am as
talking a
well.
lot about especially immigration here on the program. And I know that you have, that's one of the areas of specialty that we're going to talk about tonight. So really excited about this. Let's
I
first of
am
all,
as well. I'm looking forward to it.
yeah, let's just first of all get you to introduce yourself and tell people about the law firm that you represent.
Sure, yes. So my name is Wafa. I am a lawyer. I graduated from the University of Ottawa about 2 years ago, so I've been in practice for about a year now. My business partner and I, Mr. Segal, we opened a law firm, which is Con Segal Law, a couple of months ago. So we specialize in immigration, real estate, as well as civil litigation and family law. So we're starting up, and we're looking to, service everyone across Ontario, across the globe as well. Immigration is a very interesting area of law because you get to service not just your Canadian citizens, but you get to service everyone around the world. And I think that's what really sets us apart and what we're trying to achieve here.
Yes. So, are you based in Toronto or London or
So
both?
our offices are based in Toronto, but we provide services virtually. So if you or someone you know is looking for a lawyer, a paralegal, any kind of legal service, we're able to provide those services within the entire province of Ontario.
Okay, and you've graciously joined us here this evening, and as we explore these issues, I'm sure that we may even have a couple of people call in this evening to maybe ask some questions and get some tips from you. Let's start with some of this immigration stuff because this is an important issue for Canada. We're growing as a country. We're bringing more and more people in from all over the world. So how are you servicing the new Canadians who are coming in?
So what we're trying to focus on is not doing mass immigration. I know that's an issue that a lot of people think is unfair because we're not focusing on Canadians, the Canadian economy. So what we're trying to do is work with businesses. So businesses, if you have a company that you run, a partnership, and you're looking for an individual to hire, but you cannot find them in your local area, there's nobody qualified in Canada, what we're doing is we're trying to work with those businesses to find qualified candidates overseas. And we help you liaise with that individual. We help you with the entire process from start to finish on bringing over a qualified individual from anywhere across the world. So that's something that we're really trying to focus on is ensuring that businesses in Canada are allowed to grow. And we're supporting the Canadian economy. At the end of the day, that's all we all really want is to ensure that we're helping our neighbors, our friends, and that's our main focus is business immigration.
So you're really focused on bringing quality people here who have skills and a lot to contribute to their communities and to whatever profession it is that they become involved with.
Absolutely, yes. So for us, it's more about the quality of people versus the quantity. So right now, I'm sure everyone's aware there's a high shortage of physicians and nurses right now in the hospitals. There's an immense shortage of that in Ontario, especially. So we're trying to bring over those people that are qualified, that can come here, contribute, help citizens of Canada, help people here, and just kind of make it accessible for everyone to get the help and then the assistance that they deserve and that they really, really need.
What are some of the unexpected challenges that people who are thinking of moving to Canada to take advantage of these opportunities? What are the unexpected hurdles that they're encountering?
I think one of the big things right now is a lot of people are Googling assistance for immigration, right? And they come across individuals that have really great websites, but they're not actually licensed to provide those types of immigration services in Canada at all. And right now, there's a whole issue in the media about these so-called consultants, if you will, being caught. And they're illegitimate. They cannot provide these services, but they are. So a lot of people are using them because they're ultimately more cost effective in the beginning. These people get caught, you're out of your money, your application goes nowhere, and you're kind of stuck. So what do you really do, right? And so I think a lot of people are falling into traps of individuals that they think are licensed, but they're actually not licensed to provide any of those services.
It's interesting. I had a friend out in Alberta who was telling me about someone that they know, a roommate, who was a new Canadian, but he was using one of these organizations, and he was having a lot of trouble. It was ended up costing him a lot of money. How do you identify or determine if you're dealing with a legitimate organization to help people actually come into the country properly?
So there's two individuals that will be licensed that can provide those services. One is a lawyer. By default, lawyers are able to provide those services. And if you're looking specifically in Ontario, the Law Society of Ontario has a directory page. You can type in the individual who is the lawyer, that you can type in their first and last name, the city that they work in, and it will tell you if they're licensed, if they're actively able to practice, and if they're in good standing or not. The second one is immigration consultants. So these are people that go through special education to achieve a certain status and qualification. So these individuals, they're registered with the College of Immigration and Citizenship Consultants. So same thing, you can see if these individuals are registered and if they're qualified. So the best way to find out if you're working with someone legitimate or a business that's legitimate is to check the name of the individual that you're working with.
Okay. You say do you work with the businesses as well as the people who want to emigrate here?
Yes, so we take on, from the Canadian side, it would be, for example, corporate clients we could take on. It could be something as small as a mom and pop shop, really, really big corporations. If there's someone overseas who sees a job in Canada that they're qualified for, we can also work with those individuals overseas as well. So we're kind of servicing everybody at the same time.
I see. So what challenges would, say, a company have on the Canadian side?
There's a lot of challenges. A lot of it would be regulatory issues. The process itself is a little bit more complicated. Businesses, they need to show that they've made attempts to try and locate someone within the area, within Canada, within the vicinity that they operate in, that's qualified for that position. And that's the tricky part, is showing the Canadian government that, I've spent time, I've spent money, I've spent resources looking for someone, and I've not been able to find anyone. And this person overseas is the one that's qualified, so I do need to bring them. That's the trickiest part, I would say, of trying to prove this and working as a corporation to bring someone over.
Right. And so your services would actually help to expedite the process, right? Because you're professionals and you know the process, so you know exactly how to make this stuff happen in an efficient way.
I would hope so. I mean, that's what we're trying to do, is streamline everything, make it easier for everyone. Of course, you can try and do it yourself, but it's very, very costly. It's very time consuming as well. So you end up losing a lot of valuable time trying to figure it out yourself.
Right. Now, you also are dealing with some other areas that I think are also of growing concern to a lot of people. Family law, for instance, and real estate law. Like, can you tell me how what's changing on the family law front? Because we're seeing families in general, take on different forms these days. Our culture, our society, our demographics are all changing.
So I would say in family law, what I'm noticing particularly is a very high number of divorces. And I'm not talking uncontested, I'm talking really nasty divorces. And I think, a lot of this has to do with the last 4 years. We've all been forced to stay inside with certain people. And I think that's really caused a rift in a lot of relationships. So with family law, I'm noticing there's a lot more longer, time consuming, more expensive divorces coming out of it. And the other thing is that the rights of children have really, really developed over the last few years. So I think taking into consideration what the best interest of the child is and what the rights of the child are, that's really affecting and impacting the rate at which family law proceedings are going through the courts right now.
That's very interesting, because we're hearing all this talk about parental rights and whether parents even have rights. And if they don't have rights, then who has the rights? Is it the child or is it the state? How do you view these debates and issues?
It's a very, very gray area. As far as what I can tell you based on what case law says and what the court system says is, it doesn't matter if you and your partner have a nasty fight. It doesn't matter if you are arguing over who owes child support. The court doesn't care. What they care about is what's best for the children. at the end of the day, the children's interests are way, way more important than what the parents think is in their interests, right? So at the end of the day, the court's always going to rule in what they view as doing what's best and for the most benefit of the children of the relationship.
Are there any legal aspects to what I was talking about here just a short time ago? Just a story about this journalist was talking about coming out as abrosexual, and so you have these, I guess, are there rights that kind of go with those sorts of issues, LGBTQ, S plus issues, or do you deal with any of those kinds of things?
I haven't dealt with it in my practice personally. I can imagine though that that is something to consider, right? Now you have children as young as 14, 15, 16, changing sexes, changing genders. And I think at the end of the day, if you have one parent in a family law dispute that's against it, but another parent that supports it, I think the court's in a really difficult position to try and decide what really is the best thing for the child, right? At the end of the day, they want what's best for the child, but how do you decide that when there's conflicting science, there's conflicting evidence, there's faith and religion and your own belief that goes into it, right? How do you decide that? I can imagine it's very, very complex and convoluted.
Yes, and you have changing technology, changing medical capabilities, and how does that mesh with, current case law? It becomes very complicated when you have a changing society and changing technologies. How does that mesh with the current law? Any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's hard to say, right? At the end of the day, the courts are developing as quickly as society is developing, but I think the sanctity of humanity still remains at the core. And I imagine that now that there's certain areas of law like human rights law, LGBTQ law that's developing, I think that will change the trajectory of how the courts go about assessing the outcome of certain cases. But I think it's a little bit too soon right now to really know what will happen. And I think, political sway also plays into this as well. I think based on what parties and leadership, I think that also affects certain decisions that are made too.
Right. And you as a lawyer, I mean, you just have to deal with the law. Your personal views on these issues may not even really necessarily come into play. It's about serving your clients properly and interpreting the law the best that you can in order to provide the best services to your clients. So, but anyway, you slice these issues, they're minefields.
They're really complicated. And you're right? At the end of the day, you have to go in, you have to do your job. You can't let personal biases come in the way. And that's the hardest part is, not bringing your own thoughts and your personal feelings to the forefront of what you're doing.
Yes. Real estate, there's another area of change, I would say, because, we're even seeing in the federal budget, what are they calling it? A renter's bill of rights that they're trying to bring into play. So what's new on the real estate law front, that included?
One of the biggest things I'll tell you right now is I'm not sure if the audience is familiar with this, but there is something called a notice of security interest, which is a lien on a property, which, if you're ever trying to sell your home, you have to pay it out. And it can be a substantial sum of a debt that you have to pay out that you might not even know was on the property. So the Ontario government specifically, they're working on a bill right now to eradicate all of these notices of security interest from title to the property of all of Ontario. So all homeowners that have one right now, the Ontario government is looking at wiping them out completely. So that debt is completely erased from your property.
Oh, a lien, it's like a lien on a car, a lien on anything. It could really mess you up if you're not dealing with a professional like yourself, because you might walk into a financial mess.
Oh, absolutely. And the worst part of it is, right, a lot of these people don't even know that they're even on the property until they go and they try to sell their homes. And then it takes them by surprise because they're sitting in, a sinking ship with a ludicrous amount of debt that they didn't even know was there.
Right. Are you comfortable taking some phone calls from people if they call in with some questions?
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to.
All right, so the number's on the bottom of the screen there, folks. You can call 1-519-401-1373. I'll run the little promo here again. We'll take a short break, and hopefully when we come back on the other side, somebody will call in and we'll take a couple of phone calls. Hang on, we'll be right back. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call now, 1-519-401-1373. One 519-401-1373. Exercise your right to free speech. That's 1-519-401-1373. That's 1-519-401-1373. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. And we're back, and you can call 1-519-401-1373 to join the conversation. This is your opportunity to speak to a legal expert and get some information, some tips on any of those areas: real estate law, family law, and even immigration law. The immigration thing, that's, it's a growing area. With the numbers of people coming into the country, is that representing any special problems or challenges for lawyers like yourself or your industry?
Absolutely. Especially right now, given the large number of refugee claims that we're seeing, the Immigration and Refugee Board is extremely backed up. So if you are someone that's trying to claim refugee status, if you're waiting to hear about a hearing or going for an interview, it takes an extremely long time. I have files that have been sitting there for 6 months untouched just because you're not hearing back from anyone. And there's a very, very intense backlog just in the immigration system right now.
So if someone, who would normally come to you? Would you possibly get like families coming to you who want to bring relatives over, for instance?
Absolutely, yes. So we get families looking to bring, grandparents. I think that's the biggest one, is grandparents trying to come in, mothers, fathers, anyone that's close to them, even if it's just to visit or whether it's to bring them here permanently. We kind of see everyone looking for some kind of service.
Okay. And are you seeing any clients from like war zones, for instance, like Ukraine?
I have dealt with some coming in from Bangladesh right now. They're experiencing a lot of political unrest. War zones I have not experienced myself yet, but a lot of the countries that we're dealing with is political unrest.
Mm-hmm. What communities are you mainly focused on, and where are the sort of where most of the new Canadians going, or is there a mix?
So it's kind of a mix, depending on what they want out of their life and the lifestyle that they want to achieve. A lot of the times when you're coming in, you don't really have an option of where you're going to live. As a refugee, it's kind of your port of entry. You're stuck in that area until you get a determination. But one thing is that if you are looking to immigrate, be honest with yourself about what kind of lifestyle you want, where you want to live, and where you want to work. I think if you give us that information, it makes it a lot easier for us to help you achieve and attain that life and that placement that you want.
Now, when I was speaking with your partner, Raj, he was saying, that people really need, he says, you want to promote Canada, but at the same time, you also want to send a message out to people to say, be honest with yourself, really do your research to make sure that this is the place that you really want to move to, because there may be things here that are unexpected For instance, the cost of living and inflation is an issue here right now. Can you comment on that?
Yes, I think one of the biggest things right now is it's a glorified nation to live in. You see it in movies, you see it in TV shows, but you don't really know what the reality of it is until you come here. Especially now with the high cost of, like you said, just with inflation, food, gas, housing, even education right now. If you're trying to come in on a student visa, you can expect to pay triple the amount of what a regular individual who is from Canada pays. And I think are these are things that they don't expect, but when they come here they're taken aback, they're taken by surprise, and it's a really difficult adjustment to come to a country where a lot of us might be living on minimum wage, but we have to feed a family, we have to buy a home, put a roof over their heads. It's very, very difficult, and a lot of individuals don't necessarily know that's what they're coming into when they're applying for these things.
Wow, that's a very interesting thing that you just said. I've heard that many times that people coming here, education, for instance, you'll pay a lot more if you are coming from another country to get the same education here. That would surprise a lot of people who have, like myself, who have lived here all my life. People, I think, have this misconception that people coming from other countries kind of pay the same. But explain why someone coming from another country would pay more for educational services.
So I don't recall what the statistic is, but international students are one of the highest driving factors of our economy. And that is exactly why they pay so much money. They could be extremely qualified back home. They could have done the exact same degree as I have, but they still have to come here. They have to go through an intense licensing process. They have to prove themselves, and they have to spend, like I said, 3 to 4 times the amount of money a regular Canadian citizen would have to pay. And it's all just to drive the economy and to kind of promise a very lucrative life for these individuals. They come here, they get an education, they're pushed into the workforce right away. And that's their kind of promise to be in Canada. But again, it comes at a really, really high price. And for some people, is it really worth it at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, well, you've touched on something that reminds me of something that I learned when I was very young in school, and it reminds me of these advertisements that went out to the first Europeans who were encouraged to come to Canada, and the advertisements were completely misleading because they showed palm trees and, luxury tropical living, and when they got here, they nearly froze to death.
That's how you do it.
So is that what's going on? Maybe not to that degree, but in other countries around the world, is Canada being promoted through advertising to get people to come here? Is the Canadian government trying to get people to come here through advertising?
Oh, for sure. So, I mean, I would say a few months ago, you had Prime Minister Trudeau announce his quota for bringing in immigrants by 2030. I think it was like 554,000 immigrants. So there is marketing, there is promotion, and Canada is one of the 5 main countries that's targeted and marketed towards individuals from overseas, especially when you look at individuals from like India, Pakistan. When you're trying to immigrate to other countries, Canada is one of the main countries that's always on the roster for a lot of people. And I would heavily put that towards the government's marketing. You come here for a better life for you and your family, right? So there's no doubt in my mind that there's a lot of marketing that goes into Canada being a nation to come to.
And when people get here right now, a lot of them, I would think, give me some feedback on this, trying to find a place to live because we have a housing crunch.
Absolutely. And that's one of the most difficult things, right? Is you're coming here, especially for individuals that are driven to come to Toronto. That's kind of the central hub for a lot of people because it's so diverse. There's a lot of different communities here. They come here expecting it to be like home. They have people here, they have their communities, they have the groups that they will fit in with. But then they're met with these crazy, crazy prices for rent, for car payments, for just basic necessities of life. And it's very difficult to be in a place like that.
So Magic Moon, because not everybody wants to phone in, but Magic Moon is in the chat saying international students are driving the economy. Magic Moon wants to know how. Can you explain? something about
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. That's a really great question. So, for the government, it's sort of an investment. They're bringing in these international students. Typically, they'll be in areas such as computer science, general sciences, health, accounting, some type of engineering, for example. They charge them, like I said, triple the amount of tuition, and they're promised to go into the workforce right after. So Canada's aim is to try and bring in all of these international students to push them into the workforce, to develop the workforce. Whether it's successful, whether it's not, that's a question to be determined and to be assessed. But that is the goal that Canada has in bringing in these international students.
Yeah, I do hear from some new Canadians that, and this would surprise some people, especially people who've been here for a while, maybe a few years or whatever. But even a lot of new Canadians feel that the level of immigration is too high because it's like the systems can't cope with the flood of people coming in, not enough houses, educational institutions, our schools kind of being overwhelmed, our healthcare system being overwhelmed. Is this a concern for new Canadians coming in?
Definitely. And I think this goes into one of those things that they don't necessarily know about when they're applying to migrate here. They don't really know what it's like to come on the other side and see what is really going on. And I think that's, if you're a good practitioner, that's something that you would disclose to your client to let them know the realities of what life here would be like. You have to let them know about the pros and the cons. You have to guide them through the entire process to see if that's something that they truly, really do want to do. And I think right now, like you mentioned, there is an influx of migrants, but Canada does not have the capacity to withhold that substantive amount. And that's why we're trying to focus on the need of the Canadian economy, the need of businesses. We're not trying to do mass migration because at the end of the day, we don't have the resources to support that.
Yeah, and it's important that if you encourage somebody to come to a new place, that when they get here, they are going to be able to live properly and they have a home and and a doctor and all the things that families need to grow and prosper. And Steve here says halal mortgages has been proposed by liberals. And I know out in Alberta, for instance, they have, I don't know how familiar you are with what's going on out there. Maybe it's happening here in Ontario as well. But halal mortgages to sort of deal with people from, the Muslim community whose religion, I guess, sort of they don't approve or they don't approve of paying interest. So they have different financial tools. Are you familiar with that? Can you speak to that at all?
So I have seen personally in my life, I've seen independent companies providing these types of mortgages. So especially in the Greater Toronto area, you have brokerages that are run by these individuals that practice halal mortgages, and they provide those to their communities. I have not seen it past that though.
Okay, it is a fairly new thing as far as I know, and I know that Alberta is sort of on the cutting edge of addressing this issue to accommodate those communities. Is Ontario doing anything similar at all here yet, or are you just hearing rumblings about it?
No, it's mostly been rumblings and nothing's been confirmed. I'd love to see some kind of confirmed news about it. I think that would be interesting to see what exactly is going to happen. So not everyone's kind of sitting in the dark, figuring out
Right.
what's going to go on with it.
Well, Robert Matt says that people should bring hockey sticks and some skates. And I agree with that. Is there much of a culture shock? There must be for people coming in here. And hang on, we have a call coming in, so let me just see if this is. Good. Here, let me bring you on. Who do we have? Who's joining us now? Go ahead.
I'm Josie.
Hello, Josie. I hope everybody can hear you okay.
Rosie, R-O-S-Y.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't quite make that out.
Okay. Actually, I would like to ask, that I am interested in the question I am asking is about immigration. My uncle wants to come. He's a carpenter and he is very much interested in coming to Canada. And I would like to ask that how can he come?
Sure. I mean, that's a really great question. It's a loaded question for sure.
Yeah, she's answering. You can't hear her. You'll have to listen on your computer to hear the answer. I'm sorry, it's difficult for you because you can't hear our guest. But go ahead and answer. Go ahead and
Shall I disconnect the call because I'm watching from a phone?
yeah, sure. Go ahead and disconnect the call, and she'll give you the answer now. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Rick.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for calling in. Go ahead. I'm
All
sorry
right.
about that.
So, like I said, that's a loaded question for sure. And I can't really give out legal advice right now. So I would encourage you to call the toll-free number. That's our direct line. What I will say though is that there is, again, a need for certain skilled workers, depending on, your uncle's experience, schooling, the years that he's worked in the industry, and how qualified he is, mixed with external factors. We can properly sit down, do an assessment, and see what kind of class he could qualify for, and if that's something that we really need right now, if Canada is in dire need of that type of position and that type of skill, then we can sit down and chat about how we can bring him here if that's the right fit for him.
Are there government programs to help bring people in?
Yes, definitely. So Canada is always implementing new types of pilot programs, new types of what I would call, I guess, guinea pigs, to try and see if certain programs are the right way to address the deficiencies that we're experiencing in the workforce. So you have select individuals or select countries that qualify for these programs based on where you're coming from, what your experience is as well. And based on the needs of the program and the qualifications, plus the individual, we're able to better assess if you're a good fit for it or not.
Yeah, Chuck the Canuck says international students had to take advantage of food banks. And I have seen stories like that where, again, students come here and they found some unexpected problems and challenges. And I guess
Yeah, I mean,
not as robust as they were hoping.
no, and I think that's definitely an issue, right? That is difficult to deal with. I think a lot of people do come here expecting education to be easy, expecting it to not be as expensive as it is. And they end up here and they're faced with the reality of it. And they're left with no other option but to do those sorts of things, unfortunately.
And with students, what are the issues surrounding employment, like even part-time employment while they go to school? What are the rules?
So there's definitely certain rules based on education and work. They're not allowed to be working and in school at the same time. You're not able to do that. You have certain periods where you might have graduated and you're waiting for, your results to come in. You're able to temporarily work there. So there's a lot of nuances with this type of thing. And if you're a student who is looking to continue your journey in Canada and be in the workforce, in the Canadian workforce, that's something we're able to help you with, to understand when and when you cannot work, how to apply for your visa as well, because it's a bit of a, like I said, nuanced application process.
Yeah, some people I've heard say many times that we need people to come from other countries because we don't have enough skilled labor, or the people coming in will do jobs that we can't do or Canadians don't want to do. What areas of expertise are you focused on mainly? We've talked about doctors and nurses, obviously. What are some of the other areas that are coming up short in terms of labor?
So the biggest one is definitely professionals. So your engineers, your, like I said, healthcare professionals. But the other one as well is farmers. So there's a big shortage of farmers right now, and that's super important when you're looking at, across the prairies. You have grains in Ontario. You have so much produce that you're producing. Alberta, you've got your livestock, you've got your cattle. There is a huge shortage of farmers and laborers just in general in this specific area. So we're also looking to bring in those individuals because these are very intense positions, very low pay positions as well, that not a lot of Canadians are willing to do. They're very long hours. So that's something that we're looking to also introduce.
Yeah, and a lot of the people coming in to do that kind of work, they're sort of here for a season, then they would go home and then maybe come back, and they kind of go back and forth. I live in a farming community, so I'm somewhat familiar with what goes on there. What are the challenges specifically for people who are engaged in that kind of employment that's seasonal and they come and go?
So I think the biggest thing with those types of employments is that there's not a lot of regulation. So when you have certain employers that are extremely abusive, that don't abide by employment standards or labor codes, it makes it difficult for these workers because they're here temporarily, but they don't know what their rights are. They're still technically entitled to be treated like humans and to have certain rights. But a lot of the times they don't know who to approach. They don't know the language. They don't even know if how they're being treated is okay or not. So you have these severely underpaid, overworked individuals, and that's the biggest issue that they experience.
Yeah, well, I've done stories in the past when I was at CTV talking to, oh, there's a gentleman I know here who has worked for years to sort of represent immigrant or migrant farm workers to make sure that their rights are protected, kind of a union guy. And, he's been pretty active on that front. Just checking in the chat here to see what else people are asking about. What is there anything else that we haven't touched on that you want to focus on?
Let me double check. I'd like to touch upon contingency-based files as well.
Okay, what is that? What does that mean?
So contingency files is something that we offer. And what that means is that if you don't have the money upfront to pay for a lawyer, we don't charge you. We'll carry your case through. And based on the reward that you receive in the end from the courts, we take a percentage of that. So if you are in a position where someone's wronged you and you want to sue them, I'm talking specifically civil litigation going to court, and you don't have the money up front to pay for a lawyer, that's okay. We'll do it on a contingency basis. We'll assess the merits of your case. We'll assess the strength of it. We'll take you through the entire process. We will not charge you for our time on it. And in the end, based on what you're awarded, we only take a small percentage of that award as our legal fees, and you are able to keep the rest.
I see. And I think you also work on, is it real estate? No, there's an area where you work sort of like pro bono with financial things, right? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, so we do also do pro bono work as well. So we obviously believe in giving back to the community. We understand, it's very difficult right now, given the current state of Canada, the economy, inflation. It's really, really difficult to afford legal professionals. So we're taking initiative to give back to our communities. We're trying to take on pro bono cases as well, where we do your case, no charge to you, depending on, your financial status, your familial status, based on your citizenship status as well. All sorts of things we take into consideration, and we offer our services at no cost.
I see. I'm not sure really where to go from here. A lot of people, just overall, they're concerned about the levels of immigration coming into the country, and that's really a political hot potato. I don't even really know what to say about it. I mean, I see some concerns expressed in the chat. I hear it in the news all the time. What are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I do agree with the concerns. I think like I said, there's an influx of migrants, but we just don't have the capacity for it. And I think what we really need to focus on is addressing the issues within our borders first. We have people that are homeless, people that are disabled, individuals that need that funding to live a successful life. I think we need to really focus on those issues. And I think when it comes to immigration, we need to step away from this mass migration, just bringing in anybody that we want to. But I think we need to focus, like I said, on quality people that will contribute, that will make the entire country better, thrive, and build and boost the economy a lot more. I think, there is cause for concern for sure, but I think if we harness our resources and focus on what we really need as a society, that's how we're able to control these numbers of mass immigration.
Yeah, and that's why I think too the service that you're providing and what you're actively involved in with your partner Raj is is really a positive thing for the country because you are really trying to bring people here who can contribute in really substantial ways to improve their communities and the country as a whole.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what we've been wanting to do since day one. And, I hope with everyone's continued support and us just working together, we're able to do that and create a thriving community.
Okay. Wafa, is there anything else you'd like to add or think that I might be missing before we wrap things up for tonight?
No. Thank you so much for having me and for this opportunity to share things about the firm with everyone tonight.
Absolutely my pleasure and privilege. And please tell people again how they can get in contact with you if they'd like some more information and some legal advice.
Absolutely. So the toll-free number that's right under Consegal Law on your screen, you can reach out to that number between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. It will directly connect you with myself or my business partner. And we do have a live website as well. It's consegallaw.com. You're able to request consultations, send us an email. And for anyone that was attending today and watching us, if you do reach out to us, we will be offering free 20-minute consultations as well if you do have a legal issue you wanted to discuss.
Outstanding. And for in case anybody's confused out there and you don't realize who Wafa's partner is, it's Raj, who's been on the program in the past. Our friend and contributor Raj, who hasn't been on in quite a while because he's pretty busy with with his legal work, his paralegal work, and I think he's the president of the Ontario Paralegal Association now as well. So
yes, he is. He's staying busy. Raj, he can't sit down.
That's right. So give my best to Raj. We miss him here immensely. He's very popular with everybody around here, and we can't wait to have him back on. And we'd love to have you back on the program again at some point. And when you do come back on, bring Raj with you, okay?
Absolutely, I will. Thank you again very much.
Thank you. All right, folks, we'll be right back. Stay with me. The show will continue. And thank you again, Wafa. It's been a privilege.
Thank you.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
And I do miss having Raj on the show. He hasn't been around for a while, and yeah, I miss him. What we are going to do here, though, is we will continue with the program, and I will keep those phone lines open. So if you want to call, you can dial in at 1519-401-1373. The phones are still open. I'm going to touch on a few other news stories while we go along here, and I will be able to hear you, and you will be able to hear me in the conversation. We just had a technical glitch there with Wafa where the caller couldn't hear her, so that was a bit of a monkey wrench, but we're going to work around that, and let's see who we have on the phone right now. Okay, who do we have on the line?
Hello?
Hello.
Is this Rick?
It's Rick.
Hey, Rick, you sound different.
Oh, well, it's just I've got my high squeaky voice on tonight, I guess.
You sound like the Costa Rica voice.
Yeah, well, I guess maybe too much sun.
What's the matter for you, huh? Chris Guy, Hey, how come, hang on a sec. Oh, there I am. Now I hear you. Let me turn, how do I turn the sound off? Oh my
And
God.
I'll tell you, you fix that. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to be right back. Don't hang up. I'm still here. Hang on. Okay, Mavericks, it's call-in time. Join the conversation. Call now, 1-519-401-1373. One 519-401-1373. Exercise your right to free speech. That's 1-519-401-1373. That's 1-519-401-1373. Maverick News. Call now. The world is watching and listening to you. Okay, we're back, and John is on the line with us still. And welcome back, John, again.
Yeah.
What about Chris Sky? What about him?
Oh, the guy's a smart guy. If I was him, I'd be doing exactly what he's doing. Get the hell out of town. He's got he's a wanted man. Everybody, with all these new laws coming in, they're going to lock him up. There's going to be another, what's that guy there? The guy in England there, whatever his name is.
Oh, Tommy Robinson.
No, the guy with I forget his name. I'm bad with names. But anyways.
The guy.
You know with all the shit that he's caused, you know they want his head, eh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh yeah, he's he's probably the first guy on the list that they want to lock up. So that's one reason he's getting out of town there, Rick. Plus, he's been right. Everything he said. I don't follow him, but I do listen to the guy, and everything he's ever said.
How do you listen and follow the guy if you don't follow the guy?
Well,
I don't watch him. I don't follow him, but I listen to everything he says. I don't know how that works.
Not everything. Well, everything I've heard from come out of his mouth is true. It's true. He's been right. 99% of the time he's been right. Correct. About the wars, about everything. And a lot of people don't like him. And
Why do you think they don't like him?
Because he's telling the truth. People don't want to talk about it. You know, the hush hush. Everything's hush hush. It's like you guys like you and the newspapers and everything. You know where I'm reading it? India Times, the Muslim Times, Al Jazeera. Listen to this. But I'm not reading it in the Canadian papers because guys like you don't hear about it. They keep it local. You know what Trudeau's doing? He's giving free mortgages to Muslims. You know that, eh?
Why didn't you call in and ask Wafa about that? She probably knows all about it. If that's the case, I don't know. I don't know anything about that. What do you mean Trudeau's giving free mortgages?
I was on the phone. I seen her. I seen her on there, but I'm sorry I didn't hear it. The conversation. I was on the phone.
Okay. Well, thanks for tuning in.
Well, what we're supposed to do? I'm on the phone. I go on the phone a lot, and if I don't pass out, I'm on the phone. but no, I can send you the link. Right from,
what do you mean they're giving free mortgages? What does that even mean?
Muslims can come here, buy a house, and not have to pay a mortgage.
I don't think that's what that. I think you're misinterpreting that. I think what you're referring to is these halal mortgages where they don't pay interest. But the truth of the matter is, and I am familiar with this, the truth is they still pay the equivalent amount of money. It's just that they don't call it interest. And what happens in these with these financial products that are custom tailored for the Muslim community is that they use different language and different methods to calculate the payments, but and then you have to have someone like a person from the community who's approved, and I'm not sure, is it like an imam or whatever, and they have to approve the product, and they get a fee for that, and then once it's approved, and I stand to be corrected on some of this stuff because it is new and I'm only somewhat familiar with it, but because they don't believe in paying interest, they just calculate it in a different way. It's called something different, and then it becomes halal so that it's compatible with their religion. That's what's happening, and that's Alberta is, I think, the first province to really adopt this or approve this kind of mortgage in Canada, and that's because they're trying to make things work for the Muslim communities out there.
They're buying votes, Rick.
Well, okay. I mean, it's not. It doesn't cost the government anything for this. It's just a regulatory thing. That's really all that it is. And when they say they're not paying interest, they're still paying. They're just calling it something different, and it's so that it can be compatible with their religion. It's a different way of doing things.
Yeah.
You can look it up. And very few people even know that this is happening, but I'm familiar with it. I know what it is.
Well, I'll send you the link. You can listen to it later.
Sure, if there's some other aspect to this that I'm not,
Send it to your phone.
and if there's something I'm not familiar with, or I'm, another angle on this that needs to be addressed.
I just got this link from somebody else, and Leo text. He says Trudeau will be out by next Friday. Trudeau's out of office. I don't know what he was
By
talking
next
about.
Friday. By next Friday.
Next Friday, not this Friday. Next Friday he'll be out of office.
So he's got 2 weeks left. That's it.
That's what Leo's saying, but I haven't read that either.
Oh, that's interesting.
I get
Why?
these text messages from people, but this one here, I got it. I started listening to it, and then I said, wait. I went online. All the Muslim newspapers, Al Jazeera, all the Muslim newspapers have this. They're all talking about, and it's all like 4 hours old, 12 hours old.
What is it? What are you referring to?
Well, I still got the links up. Let me see here on my iPad, because I just started to get into it. Here we go. It's called Hala Mortgage.
Yeah.
Hala.
Yeah.
Islamic Hala Investment.
Yeah, that's right. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. It's 4 hours, 14 hours. These are all brand new. India Today, First Post somewhere, Daily Chang, whatever, But all the Muslim newspapers. I don't see it in the Canadian newspapers. That's why I'm trying to tell you. I don't see it in the Canadian newspapers. It's like, shh. And CBC, they just got a big whack of money from Trudeau in this budget.
Yeah.
That's another thing. That's another thing they're not telling you. How much money CBC got? They got tons of money. They're all going to Costa Rica for vacation, guys.
They're in the money. How much did the CBC get?
They got the money to get out of there right when they want to leave.
How much did CBC get in the budget?
I think $4 million or something. I heard. I don't know.
They got to get more than that.
I don't know.
They spend
the
like
link
that
that
now.
The link that I sent you, it's in there. I just started to listen to it before. I said I'm gonna call Rick and tell him about this before before he finds out about it. I want to be ahead of you, you know?
Oh, yeah, well.
Shit.
I'm relying on you guys to keep me up to date anyways, so that's a good thing. I'm glad you're calling and keeping me on my toes and up to date too. But yeah, these are halal mortgages. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Trudeau tables halal mortgage for Canadian Muslims.
Interest-free, Rick. Interest-free.
Yeah, that's right. But what I'm telling you, John, is that it's kind of it is interest free, but it doesn't mean they don't pay. And they just tailor a financial package so that they don't pay interest. They sort of build the interest into the total cost that they pay over time. And so it's not interest.
Why are they getting special treatment? This is Canada.
It's not
Canadians.
It's a religious thing. It's compatible.
Religious. I'm sorry. This is Canada.
Yeah.
We're all Canadians here.
Yeah.
We're all Canadians. Nobody should get special treatment unless you want to buy votes. That's simple as that.
When you say special treatment, like what is it that they're getting that you are disagreeing with?
Free interest, no interest.
No,
Rick.
but what I'm telling you, John, is that it's a turn of phrase. They're still going to end up paying the equivalent amount for their home, because no bank is going to give anybody a mortgage where the bank isn't going to make their money.
Government, they've got an X amount of money for this.
No, John, I'm telling you, man.
Well,
they're still going to pay. They still pay. It's just that they call it something else.
To the bottom of this and brings it up to the light, because I can't find it anywhere in the newspapers.
Yeah, because Alberta was addressing this. Alberta has a provincial plan, and I was reading about it and learning about it about 3 or 4 months ago. And you can you just look up halal mortgages and do some research on it and talk, and you'll see that the financial experts will explain that, yeah, it's interest free, but they're really just creating a new financial tool so that they still pay the same amount of money in the end. It's a different way of doing the mortgage, but you still pay the money, is what it is. All these halal financial products, that's the way it works. They kind of, in fact, I'll tell you the truth of the matter is a lot of these financial products are exactly the same. They just call it something different. And then they have to have some religious leader approve the product so that it's like halal, and then it's okay for the financial institution to provide that financial product to the Muslim community, and then it's compatible with the religion. It's about basically having the financial product blessed, is the easiest way for us to understand it, I would say.
Okay, well, listen, I'm going to get into it. I'm going to listen to that.
If I'm wrong, and they're getting their houses like for half price or something, then I'll stand corrected. But I seriously doubt that any bank is interested in getting into mortgages where they don't make their money. That ain't gonna happen, man. And it's not the government; it's the banks and the mortgage companies. That's the issue. But the government has to approve these financial products, right? Through regulatory processes.
I'm gonna watch that video after I.
Sure, I'll tell you right now. A lot of people are going to capitalize on that and sell you misinformation or a twisted explanation for it, so that it sounds like it's something really bad. But ultimately, from what I've learned about it, it's just a different way of doing it. But in the end, it's kind of the same. It's sort of like when you go to the supermarket and you buy halal meat, right? It's like the way that the process that they go through when they slaughter the livestock and produce the food. It's so that it's compatible with their religion. And some people think that's not, some people take issue with that too, but that's the way the world is. It's about tolerance.
Well, between me and you, we don't see a lot of the same difference. Some stuff we do, some stuff we don't.
Sure.
And I know it sounds like you don't like Chris Sky too much.
You know, man, it's like, it's not that I don't like Chris Sky. I don't agree with, some of his views. When he was telling people don't vote, I don't agree with that. Because he says, I'm not a politician, you're wasting your vote. But he's, a little bit hypocritical there because he's been involved in politics on multiple levels. He's run for office, and then he on one hand, he's telling people one day to not vote, it's a waste of your time, and then he runs for office. He wants to be the mayor of Toronto, or he was involved with the Republican Party, right? So it's
I
like,
agree with you, but
it's come on. It's not. It's like anything else, John. It's like you and I agree on some things, and other things we don't agree on. Same thing with me and Chris Sky.
About Gaza. He was right about the vaccines. He was right about a lot of things that he's talked about. He's been absolutely right, correct, and now it's all coming out to what he said, and
yeah, I don't agree. I don't know why people are so willing.
Israel, they want to turn Israel into New World Order headquarters. Okay.
Hello, is this New World Order headquarters?
He didn't say that. I'm saying that.
I know.
I
can see it now.
Just last week, Israel went to Texas and they grabbed
Does Klaus Schwab get a special office at the NWO headquarters?
They say Schwab's dead. He's really ill. They're looking for someone to take over.
Oh, really?
They're saying maybe David Cameron's going to take over.
David Cameron.
That's what I'm hearing. David, maybe Trudeau's going to take over. That's when next Friday he's resigning and going to WEF, taking Schwab's place. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know, but Israel went to Texas last week. They grabbed 5 red heifer cows, and you know what they're going to do? They're going to sacrifice them. Okay, that's what they do. And this has all got to do with the Middle East and everything. Shit happening that'll blow your mind, Rick, that you don't know about. Hey, by the way, did you see Chris Sky on Shadow Show last night? If you watched it, he played live video of Chris Sky, a good 20 minutes of it, and Chris Sky is saying, I don't believe him, but he's saying, I am a Freemason. I am rich. I am a Freemason. I was born in something. He's saying that he's Freemason.
That Chris Sky is saying he's a Freemason himself?
Is he a Freemason?
Wouldn't surprise me if he was.
Before, and now he's just towing away, closing all his accounts. But Shadow praised him that he's been correct on a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, well, Shadow would praise him. I can see that.
But you don't like him too much because he hates Canadians.
Well, I mean, come on, man. Look at the way he talked. Look at the way he just spoke to people. He called you all losers.
Because they are.
Well, he means you too, pal.
The truckers, he stood up for the truckers. He was there. He spoke. They were there. They were fighting. But the rest of the country are a bunch of losers. He's correct, 100%. Canada's a bunch of losers. They can jack your tax 50% tomorrow. And you know what? Not a peep out of anybody. They'll just pay it. You know? Like, we take it and take it and take it and take it and take it. We don't fight for it. And then when you protest, arrest them all, throw them in jail. They're disturbing my sleep time. I can't get to work. There's a traffic jam at the airport. I can't go to Costa Rica. The airport's closed because of the protests. Like, we got to do something about, but.
Well, for crying out loud, if you're worried about the pro-Palestinian protests, then maybe you should have a word with Chris Sky, because it seems like he's on their side.
I'm on their side too.
So I know that. So
I don't like seeing innocent women and child get murdered.
well, talk to Hamas about that because they're the ones strapping the babies to their chests and running out in front of the gunfire. But
I haven't seen any of that going on, Rick. I haven't seen no Unabomber.
no, they only put about 30,000 people out in front of them and used them as human shields. But whatever.
I haven't seen any of that going on. I don't know.
I think maybe because you need to maybe open your eyes a little bit and see and understand the culture and the strategy, which is victimology and martyrdom. But that's my take.
So wipe them all out, then, Rick. Hey, that's how we got to do. Wipe the whole religion out, huh?
Nope.
Before they wipe us out, because they do want to take over our religion. They want their religion to be worldwide. Well, we all know that.
Yeah. So where are you going to move to, John? If
I don't believe in religion. I believe in God. I believe in God. I don't believe. I was talking to someone about this. Someone called me, some religious group, this lady, about church. And I said, is this about donating money to church? No. I says, they've taken enough money from us. The Catholic...
John,
the Pope...
I have a question for you. Yesterday, I ran a clip of the protesters chanting, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And then they were yelling, free, free Turtle Island. What does that mean to you?
Means they're a bunch of wackos.
No.
Those people they're the ones that you're talking about that have a mission. They're sick. We don't all have the same views.
When you see these people, and this is common, when they're chanting "Free, Free Turtle Island," what do they mean?
Yeah.
Do you know what they're talking about?
Those are paid protesters.
No, they're not. This is an objective that is being clearly stated, not only in the protests, but also within the political hierarchy that is orchestrating and choreographing these protests and moving this movement forward. So do you understand what that means?
I don't know.
You don't? Do you not understand? Do you understand the whole concept and ideology behind anti-colonialism?
I call the reserve once in a while. I say, hey, is it snowing up there? No, we don't want nothing white on our land.
So you don't. So when they say free, so have you? I don't know how much you pay attention to this show. But over the past 2 years, I've been talking about UNDRIP, Turtle Island, colonialism. Do you understand at all what they're saying when they're chanting "Free, Free Turtle Island"? Or are you just pulling my leg here?
I'll try to find out. I don't know what they mean about that, but Turtle Island is a big place.
You're on it, by the way. You're on Turtle Island.
I know all about Turtle Island. I already know about Turtle Island. Listen, I don't know.
So first they free Palestine, then they free Turtle Island.
They're talking about their land that the government's trying to take over, right? Like the government's trying to take over their land. You know that. If they got minerals on their land, they want them out. They want to run a pipeline over it. They want. Maybe they're talking about that.
Oh, it's related to the land. It's definitely related to the land, John. It's also related to property rights, and it's.
I do know a lot of the water's getting polluted because of the government with these stupid environmental things.
You know what? I can't have this conversation with you if you don't understand what they mean when they're chanting "Free, Free Turtle Island." If you don't understand the politics behind anti-colonialism, which is in play not only in Gaza, but also here where you live. It directly involves you and me and them.
Well,
it's a circumnavigation of the treaties that have been in place.
I can tell you one thing, Rick.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm on the reserve for a couple of weeks, a lot of natives don't like me up there. Right?
Okay.
They don't like white
Can't
people.
imagine why.
They don't like white people. And I get that guy's gonna get in a fight with you. He doesn't like you.
Yeah.
And I'm going, Well, I got my big Indian friend right here. What's he going to do to him? He will protect me. Like, that's the way. Every religion, you got the same thing. Okay. You go, but I don't know. These people, they could be paid. They could be, who knows what the hell is going on. I don't know what they're talking about, Rick.
I know you don't know what they're talking about. That's why I have a difficult time having these conversations with you, because it's hard to talk to somebody when we're not on the same page at all, because you don't understand, half of the discussion.
All I know is when I go on their land, sometimes some people don't like white people on their land.
Mm-hmm, that's
they don't
right.
They don't like, especially me with a native woman. They get real jealous,
Mm-hmm.
and they don't like a white guy with a native woman.
I mean, that's a side issue, a cultural issue that I don't really want to address here. But what we're talking about really is property rights. Who has the rights to the land? You're a settler, man.
Well, the government is trying to take over. They've been pushing them off their land.
So do you agree? So do you think Israel has a right to exist?
Israel, there's two types of Jews, Rick. There's Orthodox, those are real Jews. And then there's the other Jews, okay, that come from Ukraine.
Okay. Look,
They came from Ukraine.
This is the question I have for you. Does
Does
Israel have a right to exist as a nation state where it is?
Yes. Of course.
So when they're saying free Palestine and they want to get rid of the occupiers, what's your solution then? Because you say you support Hamas and you support Palestine.
Rick, do you know what Palestine and the West Bank, you know what's going on there? They're like caged animals. They're policed by the Jews. They're taxed by the Jews. They can't have any airports. They can't do nothing without the permission of the Jews. The Jews come in there and just kick them out and take over whenever they feel like.
There are these.
How would you like someone to come to your house and say, "Rick, get the hell out of here. We're taking over your house. Go find somewhere else to live." How would you like that? Would you like that? Would you like that, Rick? Or would you say, "Yes, sir, Rick, I'll be here end of the week. I'll be out of here by the end of the week."
Well, these are double-edged issues, John, because maybe if they didn't want that going on, then they shouldn't be launching thousands of rockets at Israel. And instead of taking the money that Israel and the West provide, and instead of taking the money and building weapons and tunnels, maybe they should build community centers and schools and homes.
For nothing. They just want the land. They're bulldozing their house. They're kicking them out.
And
bulldozing their house.
And they've been okay. Let's continue the conversation another night because I've got another call coming in. Okay, pal.
Yeah. Okay.
Thanks, John. Appreciate the call, though. I'm going to pick up this line. Thank you.
Yeah,
bye. Go ahead. You're on the air. Who's this?
Hey, Rick. This is Travis. How you doing?
Well, I'm okay. How are you, sir?
Oh, pretty well.
I would continue the conversation with John, and we will, but it's just like we're not going to resolve the issue that's been, hundreds or thousands of years in the making here tonight. So it's probably best if we just move on to you. How can you and I go around in circles tonight?
I wondered how you were making out there. And I think probably a good start might have been look up the word semantics. Because at the end of the day, I spent some time in car sales here in Alberta, and there's zero interest loans, etc. Right?
Yeah.
So it's baked in.
Yeah, that's right. It's baked in.
It's just a way to manipulate the people, right?
Yeah.
That's right. That's honestly, because when does a bank not make money?
That's exactly right. That's exactly it. Look, my wife is a banker, okay, and it's like Not that she gets the money, but the bank does. They
Well,
always
yeah,
get their
like,
money.
So, at the end of the day, it's not. But I can kind of see how the Trudeau government. I mean, it's all about. They're going to try to get people up in arms and say, well, they're getting special treatment or this or that or the other thing because it's already a hot button issue, right?
Of course.
And so, why not add a little halal to the fire?
Yes, right. And his opponents will latch onto it and make the most of it. Of course they will, So.
Yeah, exactly. So.
And I kind of get the concerns that some people have on the cultural side of Canada. It's a change. People don't like change. So it's a difficult thing for people to understand. It's foreign to them. They instantly, make assumptions that sometimes are incorrect about what these things are. So I get where all the friction comes from. But at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is, you just said it. Like, they're just baking the cost into the overall mortgage. So they don't call it interest, but they still pay.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, for example, I won't mention any dealerships, but, like, for example, you have a $20,000 car, not that exists anymore, but, with zero interest. Well, like they've already cooked the interest into it.
Yeah.
And so then you say, oh, great, that's awesome, and then you fall for that trap. But at the same, at the end analysis, you look back at the math, and you understand, well, the vehicle was actually only worth $13,000.
Right.
They added, $3,000 in interest on top, and then they added, another $3,000 or $4,000 in gross for themselves, right?
Right.
So, yeah, but it's a way of manipulating you, so you think that you've got a great deal, right?
Yep.
And I don't know if that's what their intention is, who knows if that's what their intention is at the banks, but.
It's because, if you look at their religion, they don't believe in interest. They think it's charging usury is a sin. And in that way, what people also don't really clue into is that the Muslim community, the Islamists, right, who believe in Sharia law and need these halal products to be compatible with their religion and their ideology, it meshes very well with socialism and even communism. And that's why you see in the streets and the protests, it's the left-wing progressives who are actually out there supporting the pro-Palestinian protests. That's where the support from the West is coming from, is the left-wing progressive element. And the communists.
Like the Marxists.
And the Marxists, yep, the cultural Marxists, the ultimate Marxists, right? Just all the left, the people from the left. That's mostly who it is. And then you've got, even some people on the anarchist side, kind of coming in from if you want to look at the political diagram in that way, from the right, the anarchists and the people on that side as well will be over there with them too. It's very compatible when you really research it and get into the history, the religion, the political ideology, the economics, the economic philosophies. These things mesh, so it's easy for them to come together and form an alliance or support each other.
Right. Yeah. Well, there's definitely a lot of similarities there for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Very compatible.
But yeah, I just find it interesting how, the whole political left, with the liberals and everything that they do seems to be an attempt to exacerbate the tension. And of course then, the other thing is that they're bringing in immigrants at a level that's, well,
it isn't
It's not
sustainable. It's certainly not optimal.
Well, it's not that it's not sustainable. I think it's obviously that they're doing it on purpose, but I mean they're. I don't know if they're trying to create war in the streets, because I mean the homelessness situation, and then the cost of living,
Yeah.
Like it was explained to me from one of the people that I know that's, obviously from a different culture. It's people are selling their whole homes and lands back from where they are, or whatever. They're leaving nothing behind.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then they're coming here on this promise of Canada, and it's not the dream.
Right.
There's nowhere to go.
Yep.
I mean, that's the thing is that, and the guy that's in charge of housing right now, Sean Fraser, he doesn't know. He doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. He literally has no idea. But I think that that's all sort of by design. I mean, I don't know. What's your opinion? Like, I mean, they're trying to destroy the country, because the thing is that, like, all these people they're bringing in, they're not going to turn into liberal voters.
No.
I doubt it. I doubt it. I mean, to the level that, I mean, our democratic system of voting, I mean, the percentages of the people that vote in this country is minuscule.
Mm-hmm.
So you're expecting people to come from all over the world, come here and just start voting liberal when they can't even function in the society, much less eat.
They'll resent
So
it,
I
and
don't
they
think
won't vote liberal. They'll vote something else, ultimately. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, and what other choices are they going to have? I mean, I think the NDP looks like they're falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong about that, but they've got quite a number of members that are leaving, and they're, not a big party in the beginning. So I don't know. Anyway, it's an interesting conundrum, and it seems to be not getting better day by day. I was going to ask you, like, do you happen to know? So are they putting off the election till? They're putting off the election. It was supposed to be 2024 originally, right?
Well,
and now it's 2025.
Well, constitutionally, it has to happen sometime in 2025, and then they made a change on the date, but it was only by like a week or two or something like that, because they didn't want it. They said that they didn't want it to fall during another election or whatever it is. And people are up in arms because that will allow some of these members of parliament to serve just long enough to then qualify for a full pension, which people are upset about.
Which is the exact reason why Jagmeet Singh is in, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's waiting to just qualify for his pension.
Yeah.
I don't actually know what function does he actually serve, other than the fact that they shut down every single committee meeting. If there's ever a motion on the table that, does anything to protect the citizens of Canada, they vote it down because they have a majority with the NDP.
Yes. Yeah.
So, I think if people have any idea how selfish Jagmeet Singh and his party are, it's at the suffering of the entire country.
Today's NDP is not the NDP that I knew, from 20, 30 years ago at all.
Absolutely not. I mean, I think, like you say, they're political left. They're Marxist. They're progressive. I don't know what that means. They call themselves progressives, but I mean, their playbook is, back from the Roman Empire or whatever. So I mean, it seems to be, or right out of. Polyev was saying right out of 1984 is the playbook, right?
Yeah, the NDP, I would say that they are, see, I see such overlap and convergence happening between, the communists and the fascists that I call it communo-fascism. And I see that very much in the NDP, where they're supposed to be on the left, but they're so far left that they've come all the way around and they start scooping up people from the right. And when I say the right, I mean sort of the corporatocracy supporters, the fascistic people, right, who believe in fascistic economic policies, and they're also the party of immigration. That's really largely what they are today. They used to be the working people's party, the color of the common person, like the Ed Broadbent days, right? But today, the NDP is not. You know who the party that represents the blue collar people is more than anything? The Conservatives. And if you go back to the NDP, if to the Broadbent days, I mean, he was calling Mulrooney and well, he who was it at the time? Was it Chrétien? The Bobbsey twins of Bay Street, I think is what he called them at the time. I think it was Broadbent, wasn't it? Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well,
it was a long time
I'm just
ago.
trying to think of, who was back in those days. There was Mulrooney, Chrétien, Paul Martin.
Yeah.
Just
Might have been
name
Martin.
a few, but I'm just trying to think of another conservative leader that was in. I can't remember now.
Well, yeah, I mean, those are the days of like Joe Clark, who was kind of a progressive conservative.
Joe Clark, that's who I was thinking of.
Yeah. I'm not surprised you can't remember his name. They used to say Joe who? That was his name. They used to say that because he was so sort of lackluster. And he got that minority government that didn't last very long because he tried to govern like he had a majority, and it doesn't work when you have a minority government, so he didn't have enough support. I think he got defeated because of an issue on a budget, which can trigger an election through a vote of confidence. It's seen as no confidence if you don't get your budget passed. So
yeah, that's another thing I'm trying to figure out with the no confidence with Trudeau, and what I don't understand about the political setup is that they've already tried a no confidence vote, but I think it has something to do with because they have that coalition set up, and I'm not sure if I'm correct on that. So we can't get them out that way.
Well, you can, if, like, for instance, what we have right now is they still have to pass this budget. It's being discussed in the House, right? Well, Jagmeet Singh stood up yesterday, and in the news conference that at the scrum with the media, he indicated there are a lot of things that he doesn't like about the budget. So if the NDP decides that Trudeau isn't going to give them changes that they want in order for them to support it, if he pulls their support, then on a key issue like a budget, that becomes can become a vote of confidence. And if Trudeau loses and the budget doesn't pass, it can trigger an election. That's how a confidence vote can work. What we saw prior to this with Poilievre sort of convincing people to call that vote of confidence, it was obvious. I knew that it was never going to pass because the NDP was just going to continue to support the Liberals on that issue. So it was just window dressing. It was theater, is all that it was.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that and the other thing is that I don't know. I don't know about the NDP's base, but he comes out saying that he's got something worked out for his his universal health care, and all he's talking about is contraception and insulin, I guess. But I mean, the thing is that I think that those things are already available. So it's not as though that they're, that issue alone. I think, that they were saying that issue alone should have been enough to. But I mean, he didn't seem to. It's just been swept under the rug.
Sorry, what was swept under the rug? The healthcare issue?
Yeah, the whole thing about the NDP demanding that they had this timeline, and it was already
For free pharmaceuticals.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Free Medicare, whatever they were calling it.
Medicaid, yeah, for drugs.
And,
Yeah.
yeah, and so basically all that the Liberal government came up with was the contraception and insulin or diabetic. Well, I believe that insulin is the main medication, but anyway, those things were already available in at least a few provinces, and that's my understanding. So it was a nothing burger.
Yeah.
But he kept, he touted that and announced that as though it was an accomplishment of some kind.
Yes, and really, they're sort of violating the jurisdiction, because healthcare is a provincial jurisdiction, and so Jagmeet Singh insisting that the federal government pick up the tab on birth control and insulin, like it's a provincial thing, so it just means shifting. Who's paying for it? Is it the province or the feds? And then the transfer payments would change.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, and I think that it seems like, with Danielle Smith, with she's basically, using the Sovereignty Act, and I don't know what the latest thing is with her, but basically just, playing a jurisdictional tug of war with them, like, they don't want their money for housing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's going to come with a whole ton of strings.
That's right.
That's, at the end of the day, that's what people don't understand when they hear about, conservatives voting against this and that and the other thing. It's because they don't want the federal strings attached.
Yep.
And those strings will be painful for a lot of people.
That's right. I keep saying that when I sit in this chair over and over again. There's no such thing as free. When the government gives you something for free, there's always a cost, and quite often the cost is your freedom, because in order to get this, you have to do that, and then they take your choice away as well, right? Like healthcare, you have to. There's only one supplier, the government, and if you don't get the thing in the arm, you don't get your heart transplant. No choice. And there's no other place to go. See? So you get it for free as long as you do that.
Yeah, it's the same way that they eliminated people, from having medical procedures, etc. If they hadn't been vaccinated and stuff like that. So,
yeah.
I mean, yeah, you can get something free from the Liberal government. Just understand that it's your soul that you pay for.
That's right.
Pay with. Sorry.
That's right. Yeah. And I was thinking too about the statements that Jagmeet Singh made again about the federal government. It's just the same narrative regurgitated over and over again. They lie to people. And the biggest lie that I keep hearing over and over is, they're trying to tell people basically that you should be able to make a living wage flipping burgers. It's just not so.
No.
Those jobs are entry-level jobs. They're for kids or even retirees or whatever, right? But if you think that you're adding enough value to a business or the economy by just flipping a burger all day, like you're not worth $35 an hour to sit there and flip the burger all day. But Jagmeet Singh will tell you that. These left-wing socialists will try to sell people that idea. It's like they're exploiting you. They're abusing you because you should make a living wage. You vote for us, and we'll pass a law that will force them to pay you $15 an hour. Then you'll make a living wage. And it's just not so.
Well, no, because, I mean, the bottom line is that if you're not making $30 an hour, you cannot support yourself. So if you're making $15 an hour, I hope that you enjoy living in a house with 6 other people.
Right.
Because that's how the math works.
Yeah. But people have to understand as well that if you want to make $30 an hour, then you need to improve yourself. You need to go to school. You need to get an education. You need to get a skill, something that makes you more valuable by the hour. If you're going to sell your labor and make a wage, then the labor you sell has to be worth whatever the hourly wage is. It isn't sufficient to tell people that, you know, you can have like a grade 6 education and go flip burgers and tell them that the only reason you can't afford to buy a house is because you're being exploited some way. Now they have inflation is a whole other issue, but you understand what I'm saying, right? Like they'll get people to vote for them by lying and telling them that you're working at the variety store and running the cash register. You should make enough money you should make as much money as a doctor. You know, it's like everybody should make the same. No, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah, well, that sort of flies into the whole argument of equal outcome and that kind of thing.
That's exactly right.
This whole thing of equity and everything else, and it just doesn't work, and it won't work. And the thing is that I mean, if you're going to be working at an entry-level job flipping a burger, well, I hate to say it, but there's going to be fewer and fewer places. They'll only be the big ones like McDonald's, Burger King, that type, all that corporate stuff.
Yeah.
The mom and pop places won't be able to afford to pay workers $18 an hour to flip a burger so that they have a living wage.
And therein lies the irony, right? So you have these socialists who hate the big corporations, but their policies actually drive the small business people out of business and force people into working for the big corporate chains, where they're still ultimately not going to make enough money to survive with a living wage, but they're told that they will. But they're just going to be replaced with a burger flipping robot or something anyway. In the end of the day, but.
Oh yeah, I mean exactly. I mean all those jobs will have a shelf life because they'll be able to automate at some point.
Yep. AI, robotics, it's going to be hugely disruptive. We're not prepared for what's coming. I'm sure of that.
No. Well, yeah. I mean, how can you be prepared? I mean, even if you've been educating yourself, in the last 5 years on going down every single rabbit hole that there is, and if you don't understand that they want to have a central government, world government, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
it's true.
And that's the thing. At the end of the day, I think that the answer to a world the size that this is and the amount of people that are in it, I think that you need to have small, regional governments accountable to, and efficiency.
Yeah.
But they want to farm it out to somewhere in Switzerland. There'll be a world army, and like that. The dreams, the pie in the sky dreams that they have, I don't think will come to fruition. What I do think will come to fruition is a lot of pain and suffering until we can somehow find a way to get other people in government and that have some kind of moral compass, because it doesn't appear that way.
Indeed.
I think all that they've done since they've been in government is just done everything that they can possibly do to enrich themselves. They've all bought more and more properties. Trudeau's built, I don't know, 2 more mansions.
It's amazing how much money he accumulates when you look at what his salary is supposed to be.
Well, that's the other thing. The realization. let's see, his father was a prime minister. What was the salary per year? Like, how is it that they are multi-millionaires? Based on their salaries. Well, it's called insider trading, collusion, every form of theft that there is.
Yeah.
And then what did they put in the in the budget about all this money that they're sending to the Ukraine for this war that's going on there? And the thing is that the sad thing for Ukraine is that I don't believe that they're sending all this money and arms to there. I think it's a bit of a scheme.
Yeah, a portion of it certainly is. There's no question, because even in the early days, we on this program showed people we were able to go on the dark web. Brendan did it. He went on and found a lot of the munitions and arms, missiles, Javelin missile launchers. You could buy them on the dark web. All stuff that had been skimmed off and shoved over there for sale to launder it, turn it back into cash, and have it go into somebody's pocket. You can still buy that stuff.
Yeah, I saw that, because I can't remember what it was that they had sent over there, but yeah, it's a lot of it's, well, I mean, for one thing, most of the shipments of arms and stuff, were destroyed by the Russians before they even really landed.
Yeah, a lot of it, some of it, for sure, yeah. Although, as I look at all of this stuff, I see the propaganda on both sides, and, both sides spin up narratives that are extreme. It's like, our side's winning, and the other side sucks, and they're going to be done in a week. It'll be over in a week, and it's dragged on for a long time.
Yeah, like, I don't know, are we going into over, like, well, it's been well over a year, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been, yeah, we're into, how many years now? It's 2?
It's 2 years now, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, basically, that it seems to me that NATO, set up a whole bunch of stuff on the border.
Yeah, February 2022 is when they would end, by the way, but go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, Russia wasn't gonna. I mean, the thing is that people don't realize that the war started back in 2014. Really, Ukraine was bombing people in Donbass, right? Russian-speaking people.
Yes.
So, and that had something to do with the coup there, and Poroshenko being booted out, and. So it's been going on way longer than anybody knows.
Yeah, I also see, the two sides to that story as well. And, I do subscribe to the idea that NATO kind of forced things here by pushing into Ukraine and the West, right? But at the same time, well, we're told in that narrative that it's just Ukraine bombing Russian-speaking people in Donbass. It's a little more complicated than that, because really that's true, but the reason that was going on is because you had Russian-backed separatists in those regions. Yeah, very active. And so that is seen then by the Ukrainian government as treasonous and an existential threat to the country. It's breaking the country apart. So you basically have a civil war is on your hands, is what you have. And it was Russia backing those separatists, which then was creating disruption within the country, which served the Russian purpose. And that was allowed to drag on for quite a while, until finally Russia launched its what they call a special military operation to go in and support those people. But it's not just that Ukraine decided they were just, because they're so evil, one day decided they were just going to start bombing the people up there. There were reasons for it. And
yeah, no, and I don't mean to minimize any of that at all.
Yeah.
Because it sounds like, there was a referendum and all those things. Like, there's no way, unless you were, I don't know. I think that unless you were a Ukrainian or a Russian close to the whole thing, or you know, a general in the military, you're not going to really know for sure. But I just don't think that it helped that Ukraine wanted to be a member of NATO, and I don't know. I just feel like, in a way too, that they've kind of been abandoned. It sort of feels like, like the, in the playground where like somebody goes and picks a fight, with the bully or whatever, but then, leaves the friend there,
Yeah, I think this is such a tragic story, and it's a repeat of what we've seen from the United States, and it's because the U.S. as a country politically is so dysfunctional that you've got these neocons and the war hawks from the Democrat side that basically went over there and promised Ukraine, the people there and the government, that they would support them through thick and thin. And then when push comes to shove, the system over here in the United States is dysfunctional because you have Trump and MAGA, and they're not supportive of what's going on in Ukraine. So they're tying that issue to what's going on at the Mexico-U.S. border and immigration, and they're not going to let the funding be approved because they don't want it to go to Ukraine anyway. So they're standing in the way. And now you've got people basically have been promised that they would get support if they go to war, and they go to war, and it's there for a while, and now it's being cut off. And if they don't get the money and the funding to come through, they're just going to get slaughtered. So that's not. It's morally corrupt. The States has done this so many times in the past. You look at what they've done to the Kurds multiple times, where they pulled support and Kurds get slaughtered, and yet, it's a terrible thing that has happened there. And I understand the MAGA position, the Trump position on it, and I agree with Trump, honestly, that, he could, if he was president, he could end this thing in a day. He could negotiate a settlement. I think that it should just basically stop right where it is. Putin should stop. Zelensky should sue for peace. Find the courage of the white flag, as the Pope said, because Putin basically has the territories, I think, that he really wants. And those are the Russian-speaking territories, where the separatist areas, Crimea, the Donbass. I think he'd be content with that. Zelensky should just say, let's just end this thing, while he still has at least some position to bargain from, and then end the death. That's the most important thing, in my view.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is that, end it before there's not a single young person left.
Yep.
That's the thing, right? I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's like you say, there's a lot of propaganda. It's hard for anybody to know really what's going on. But at the end of the day, when you hear that they're pulling people, young women off the streets to go fight, I don't know if there's any truth to that at all. But
yeah, well, I mean, it's the tragedy of Ukraine. Yeah.
What's going to be left of the country? If there's nobody to populate it, I don't know. Anyway, I
just all through history, that's the way Ukraine has been like used like a doormat by various countries. Right? So in World War II, 1 minute you've got, the communists in there controlling everything, and then the Germans come in, and some people see the Germans at that moment as sort of like liberating them, right? Because of that's the way they were seen at the time, and and then Germany's defeated, and the communists come back in, and it's just back and forth, and that's a country, because of where it's positioned, it's always being, in one way or another, controlled or heavily influenced, but basically controlled by one major power or another. They really have. There is. It's difficult for them to survive as a nation state. I asked John, does Israel have a right to exist? The very same question needs to be posed with Ukraine. Does Ukraine have a right to exist as its own standalone nation state? And it's been my position from the beginning, just my personal position, not that it's worth spit, because nobody listens to me anyway, and they're not going to, but, it's like, Yeah, I think that they should, but they should be independent. It should be like a neutral state. They should be allowed to have their own government, free of influence from the United States, from NATO, from Russia. But that's not likely to happen because it just hasn't happened. It's either, before 2014, we had, a Russian controlled puppet government, to be honest.
Right.
And now we have a NATO controlled, US controlled puppet government. And that's what the fighting is all about.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, in all of this, in Ukraine and in the world in general, it's the working people of the world that pay the price.
Yeah, yeah.
It's never these puppet masters and their generals and their militaries and all that kind of stuff. And it's pretty disgusting when the U.S. is buying up a whole bunch of their politicians, and I think some of ours too, buying up stocks in Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and all these things prior to the war because they knew.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I don't know how. I don't know. I guess the political class is above the law because I don't think there's anybody in this country that will prosecute them. I mean, how many crimes has Trudeau committed?
They are largely above the law because they are operating in an international sphere. And like I've said many times, if you're the president of the United States, you can kill people. Or if you're Vladimir Putin, you can kill people. And no one's going to do anything to you about it because it's like international law at that point, right? And who enforces that? Well, basically the ones with the biggest guns. And if the United States, not a member of the ICC, so you're not going to be held accountable there. And these countries do terrible, unspeakable things because it's the law of the jungle when you get into international law, largely. Which is honestly what, the New World Order is supposed to be about, what the League of Nations, the United Nations, what all those things have historically supposed to have been about. It's about world peace by creating one set of rules that all nation states abide by. And so that if somebody gets out of line, they're held accountable in an international court. But it just hasn't really come together the way that they've wanted to. And unfortunately, it also doesn't end run around democracy in the end because you end up with this one world government that's unelected, sort of administering everything globally. That's not, I think, what the intent was ever supposed to be. It's supposed to be about finding a path to world peace by having a set of international laws that everyone can agree upon. But that's a very difficult thing.
Yeah. Well, it's I think it's like you say, where there's a grain of truth, and then maybe there's a grain of real intention that is for positive intention that is the dream of all these things. But I think it's just been all just been derailed. Self-interest has come in, and but I don't know what chance Canada has in that whole stage. I don't know what chance we have in this country of even if we got a conservative government tomorrow. But I know that financially we would probably be a little bit more stable.
Oh, no doubt about that. Yeah. That's the thing about the Conservatives, is they do know how to run the economy. Historically, that's been proven. And if you get Polyev in there, who does understand economics, he really does. He'll get things back on track. I'm pretty sure of that. At least better. Trudeau doesn't have a freaking clue about economics at all. Either does Freeland. That's why we're in so much trouble.
I mean, the thing is that there's video of Trudeau. You can't do basic math. I mean, if you asked him, what 5 + 2 - 3 was. He can't answer that question.
Yeah.
He's admitted it publicly.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I don't know why he weighs in on financial issues at all, to be honest with you. And then Freeland doesn't even have any experience in finance.
Yeah.
Except for she's our finance minister.
Yeah, they seem to
She
think
was a
they can spend
journalist.
their way out of a debt crisis. It's bizarre. And I do understand modern monetary theory, the theory behind it, but it just in the end isn't going to work because it's just going to devalue the currency. So that's where we're headed, and they've got their foot on the gas pedal. We're heading for the cliff. Pray that Poilievre gets elected, I guess. Not that I entirely trust the Conservatives because they certainly let us down during the pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely.
But what are we going to do, man? Like, there's nobody else out there that is positioned to even come close to potentially forming an alternative government.
No, that's for sure. I mean, the thing is it kind of looked like the People's Party had a little bit of momentum there for, a couple of months. But at the end of the day, I think that I agree with, there was another announcer, another guy, I watched his channel as well. And he just said that at the end of the day, Max Bernier, he talks a good talk, but he's just not the right leader.
Well, I've had some involvement with the PPC, and they do have some internal issues within the party that are kind of holding things back, in my view. And I understand why they're doing what they're doing, but they're going to have to overcome some of those challenges if they're actually going to get people elected. They've got some pretty serious challenges.
They need to start getting a few people. Do they actually have a couple of seats at this point?
No, they have nothing. Even Max has not been able to get elected in his own ridings. And he did that by-election, was it a year ago now? Anyway,
Yeah,
he didn't.
I think so, yeah.
Didn't get elected, and that was a conservative kind of riding. I think that they don't even understand their own political movement, to be honest. I was pretty involved with them until I started sitting in this chair again. But the PPC had a shot at doing something when the pandemic was on and we had that election. That was the opportunity they had to really make great gains, and it was squandered, in my view. They didn't quite rise to the occasion.
I think you're right. I think that, if they had been able to at least come away with a few wins, that would have given them some momentum. But
even one,
killed.
Even one, but they couldn't even get one. And now I would say the PPC, the Populist Party, the People's Party, if you will, they're going to come into this next election, and I think they're going to end up with less than they had during the last election at the end. I think they will end up with less because the Conservatives keep benefiting from everything that the PPC does, the PPC supporters, the protests, the freedom movement. In the end, what are we seeing? We're seeing protesters out there shouting, "Axe the tax, axe the tax." I'm like, what? How did that happen? They've been supportive of the PPC. Now suddenly they're chanting, the slogan from one of the main planks in the Conservative platform. It's like, how did Poilievre pull that one off? Pretty slick.
Yeah, I don't know, but I mean, I guess at the end of the day, it's just people want to jump on the team, on the bus of the team that's winning, right?
Yeah.
So,
and
regardless.
yeah, that's right. And I've seen a lot of people leaving the PPC from riding associations, and they're kind of reorganizing, getting things built back up. I don't know how far along they'll be in the next election. Depends on what it's called, I guess, how much time they have to prepare. They are active, and like they've got some organization stuff that's quite positive within the party, and this, so structurally, they're heading into this thing in some ridings in not a bad position, but but in terms of the overall perception of the public and where the support is going to come down in the end, I think it's just going to shift heavily over to Polyev, because he is, as nerdy as he is, which I like, he's also somewhat charismatic. People seem to like him. He's likable.
Yeah, I think there's truth to that for sure. But I mean, I would like to see, a party like the PPC, keep going, because I think it's important that there's a party with another approach, another view, whatever. I think it's good for the whole political landscape.
Yeah, I think it would be good for the country if they were able to get one or two people elected, just to kind of mix things up in Parliament, right? And get that messaging in there, as long as they keep it within the guardrails and they're dealing with the real issues. I think that could be a positive thing. And I don't know, like this Grant Abraham with the United Party of Canada, we had him on the program. He's a very smart guy. I like him a lot. And there could be something that could happen there over time as well. I don't know. Are you familiar at all with the UPC? Or
everybody's touting these diversity of ideas. Well, it would be good to have that.
Yeah.
In this country, but anyway, I guess we'll see what happens with this coalition. I hate to pray for its downfall, but
I think it's okay to pray for the downfall of the coalition. I'd like to have an election tomorrow. Bring it on. Yeah, we need change. So.
I guess that's the other question I have for you, Rick, is whether or not you think that they're going to, try to pull some kind of snafu with elections or whatever. Because, I mean, the way that the numbers look right now, the Liberals are dead. Mm-hmm. So I sort of wonder, what are they going to do to try to stay in power?
There's only so much he can do. Like, I don't subscribe to the idea that he's never going to have an election again. He's just a dictator. It's not true. He can't. No, there's a deadline. Like, there's a hard date. I don't remember what it is. I think it's October 2025. He has to have an election by then. It's in the Constitution. It's in the rules.
Right.
It's going to happen one way or another, sooner or later. Yeah. He can go sooner if he thinks it's to his advantage, or if there's a vote of confidence that he loses, then we could have an election earlier. I think it's probably going to happen. But it's going to happen in 2025 at the latest.
Yeah, well, hallelujah. Hopefully, we can all find a way to survive for another year.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of damage can be done in that amount of time. But as much as, whatever is done can be undone. It doesn't matter what it is. Whatever is broken can be fixed. Like, it can be. So, that's where I'm at with it. I'm not going to leave the country. I'm not going to run away. I'm going to keep on doing what I'm doing and maybe do more. But I'm going to fight to try and bring things back and improve upon things. I want to make things better. And I don't think we have to. In fact, I know we can't afford to let this country slip into some sort of a violent uprising, civil war, whatever. As much as people may romanticize that in their minds, and they think that, they're going to show up on Friday at a protest and overthrow the government or some stupid thing, and then go back to work on Tuesday, if they're having a long weekend and a day off and a couple of beers after arresting all the politicians. I mean, come on. That's not going to happen. And if they try that, even if they get a mass uprising, you know what's going to happen? People are going to be very, very sorry because it'll be their sons and daughters that end up dead in a civil war. Who the hell wants that?
Exactly.
No, and if it
Yeah,
can't.
I mean, I think for those of us that had, grandparents that gave their entire lives to the military, and after the Second World War, I think that's the hardest thing to swallow is with this government and what it's been doing. It's, what did all those people die for?
Yeah.
When, this latest thing with the online arms bill, and it's getting pretty dystopian.
It is, yes.
So, but I'm with you. I don't think they're going to succeed. And I think that the people that call themselves Canadians should stick it out and not give up. Because this country's it's a special country. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't just believe that, because of the fact that my grandfather fought in the Second World War. I believe it because it's just the spirit of the country. I've lived here long enough to see it, and I'd like to see it return.
Me too.
That spirit of Canada being just a fantastic place to live.
Yes.
And work.
Yep. We kind of hit a sweet spot there for a while. We took it for granted. We let it slip away. That's the thing. When we achieved so much, it was so good in so many ways. Not that there weren't things that needed to be fixed and improved, but we really did hit a high mark. And we just let people, it's always, people like, I'm going to get in there and change the world, and I'm going to make things better. And they push and they push and they take things too far. And, the progressives have really just destroyed things by, the drag queen story time stuff. It's like they just shove it right in people's faces, right? So that it pisses people on the other side off. Then you get all this polarization. Like, that's just one example. It's like, okay, we're tolerant. Go live your life the way you want. But when one side or the other starts pushing hard to make the other side accept, and it's just like it just got out of hand. Everything.
Yeah, like instead of things being, allowing people to live their life, whether it's their religion or whether it's, their lifestyle or whatever. It's like the Liberal government's come in and tried to make a special class out of every class.
Mm.
It's like when you try to please too many people and put them on a high pedestal, it's gonna fall. I mean, it's like the gentleman you were talking to before, who was thinking that there's some sort of special treatment, for a certain group of people. But the reality is, it's got nothing to do with that.
Yeah.
And then on the other hand, they're not making them very happy when it comes to putting the rainbow flags everywhere and talking about how to raise your children.
Yeah.
They're not, so they're making them happy on one hand, but on the other hand, they're attacking the most vulnerable part of their core, which is their children.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's all going to blow up on them. Because you've got to have, I don't know what necessitates having drag queen story time. I don't know what purpose it serves.
Yeah, I don't either, honestly. I think when it comes to those kinds of things, parents should be allowed to, leave it for parents to guide their children on those social issues, in my opinion.
Right. I believe the parents should have the right to say, no, I don't, this isn't part of our belief system, so therefore our children will not participate. Thank you, but no thank you, right?
Yeah.
I think they should be allowed to do that. I think that's the other thing with the Liberals is everything is about jamming things down everybody's throat rather than asking permission.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know.
Yep.
You get a lot more bees with honey, right?
Yeah, well, you certainly saw that during the pandemic, right? It's like you will get this thing in the arm, and you will wear your mask, and you will do this. Oh, but it's not mandatory. You can opt out, but don't expect to get on a plane or a train or an airplane. Like you're not going to travel. Oh, for crying out loud! That
make whatever choice you want, but just understand you're going to be eliminated from society.
Exactly. Just too much, right? So unforgivable, and yet people are forgetting. It's easy to forget because we want to forget, and I haven't forgotten. At the same time, I have to be pragmatic about things and understand that a lot of people that I saw behave badly during the pandemic, even people I see in my community, right? I have to let it slide now because I need to be able to function and converse with people. I can't go down to the local store where I saw the cashier, harping on people because they had the mask down below their nose,
Yeah.
I remember, but I'm not going to bring it up. Okay. So yeah, Chris Sky, I get, you think that you're all free because you just can't wear masks now, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know, but I don't have to wear a mask right now. Doesn't mean that we're all losers. It just means that we're human. Trying to do the best we can.
At the end of the day, though, some of the people in the community that were, a little too happy to join in on the authoritative side.
Yep.
Well, you're right. You can't. You can't.
Yeah, I don't go around picking fights with people, but at the same time, there are businesses here that I will not frequent anymore because of the way that.
I've got a list.
Yeah.
Because I made the decision for myself that first of all, I know enough about the scientific process to understand that you can't produce a novel, which I didn't.
And we need to be careful because we are on YouTube here, by the way. So choose your words carefully so we don't get shut down.
Right. Yes. But anyway, the point is that it's live and let live. But you can. A person can make their choices.
I guess
based on what they saw.
I guess the thing is you can forgive, but don't forget.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's I would suggest that to anybody because at the end of the day, if you're going to be stuck in resentment and anger, trust me, it was a struggle for a couple of years.
Yeah.
I'm just sort of coming down to the point of trying to let it all go. But like you say, I'm never going to forget.
Yeah.
That my rights were deprived of me.
It's I touched on this when I was heading off to Costa Rica, right? I really hadn't traveled outside the country at all since the pandemic, and it struck me. I realized how much of an impact, how much I've changed because of the pandemic and the lockdown, and the way my lifestyle has changed as a result. It hasn't really gone back to the way it was before. I'm still very much living the kind of life that I was during the pandemic for a bunch of reasons, but psychologically, it has affected me in ways that I sort of knew, but didn't fully appreciate nervousness, apprehension about leaving to go on the trip because it's been so long. Worried about what's going to happen at the border. Are they going to like hassle me because I don't have a mask, or like I'm going to arrest me because of something I've said on here? You know, like just crazy stuff, paranoia.
Yeah, well, and I think that I think that I can relate to that and share that because, yeah, I mean, there was times where, for example, my brother had offered to, he just wanted to get out, and do something. But, because of what was going on, I was too fearful to we could leave the country, but, what if we're not allowed back? And, there's a lot of what ifs that the psychological aspect of it is, I don't know. I know that people are uncomfortable talking about the subject and everything else, but I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of healing that this society needs to do. Not just this society, it's the whole world. They did it to the whole world.
They did.
So it's amazing. It's just, it's a hard thing to quantify, let alone process, I guess.
It's terrible.
I would say.
And it's that's why when I went down on this trip, I asked around. It's one of the things that I wanted to find out. People said, get out of Canada, escape Canada, go to like Costa Rica. I went down there. I talked to people. And you know what, man? They went through the same stuff down there. There's no more freedom there than there is here. Same lockdowns, same masks, same jabs, same everything. They went through it all down there too.
I mean, it is. The world is, it's a global stage. It's not, it's not like you're going to run from here and go there. And
that's why.
I think that there's probably people that have moved out of Canada, for better, immediate economic results, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know,
Yeah.
What certainty is there that, wherever it is in Spain that you go, or Costa Rica or Mexico or wherever, that those costs don't balloon or their taxes don't go. I mean, I don't know.
I honestly didn't see like much of a cost of living advantage even down there. And I did meet some other people who spend half the year in Panama, and they said that it is less expensive there, but they were comparing it to Florida, where Florida is a lot more expensive than it is to live here. Like, so Canada versus Costa Rica or even Panama, it's almost comparable from what I was able to see. But that's a whole other story, But that's why I think we need to fight to get our country back, because Canada has been a very special place. That's why so many people want to come here. That is the dream that they're selling in those ads that our guest was talking about earlier. That's why people want to come here, and it was true. But
it was a stable country and a productive country.
Yeah.
And a good place to invest money. And so I do hope that returns, because especially in Alberta. I mean, when the federal government's attacking the energy sector and stuff like that, like, I mean, that's our bread and butter. I mean, if you're a carpenter or a contractor, like, or all that trickle down from the oil and gas industry, right? I mean, it feeds us all. I mean, so when you start hating on that because you think, well, we're gonna change over to electric cars, and that's the other thing with people. I mean, don't think for a minute that there aren't a whole bunch of dirty processes that go on with the production of electricity, because you'd be kidding yourself.
Yeah.
So, and I think that we are, truly leaders in innovation and everything else. Have they made lots of mistakes? Yeah.
I'll tell you this, man. They convert everything to electric vehicles. The only way they'll produce enough energy is through nuclear power. And I'd rather burn natural gas than have a whole bunch of nuclear waste laying around after. So take your pick,
Yeah, it's the matter of mitigating and choosing what are the side effects that you're going to choose, right? Because none of it's going to come without unless we can figure out a way to harness some energy and have our glider mobiles or whatever.
Well, I was thinking about that. Like people say, well, what's your solution? Man, I've got a lot of solutions. I've been thinking about it a lot. I have a lot of things that I would do. Like, I shot video. I was going to run it just of trucks on the 401 coming home from the airport. And I was thinking to myself, what we need to do is, first of all, we need to actually build more lanes on the 401. That's the first thing I do. But then I'd turn around and I'd harness this technology for flying cars that we actually have. It's a real thing, and we can do it today. And I would, if I was in charge, which never will be, but if I was, I would build heliports in the centers of these, like, all cities. And I would have, like, air taxis that would run to different points in major cities and then between cities. That would, even though I would build more road infrastructure for trucks to expedite trade and make it more efficient and grow the economy that way, by improving efficiency between factories and bringing back manufacturing, you get those heliports going. You don't need to build as much infrastructure anymore. You don't need as many roads because people can use these flying cars, flying taxis, flying minibuses, basically, so they can zip really quick. They talk about high-speed rail. Screw that. Heliports.
Yeah.
Right? Get people all to places really quick. You could fly, what takes an hour to get from one city to another now in Canada and Ontario. That's really kind of the distance between different communities, about an hour by car. You can cut that down probably to 20 minutes, 15 minutes. And you go into these heliports. Plus it would then give you the people who would bring more activity into the core areas of communities again and revitalize the downtowns. I mean, this is a solution to a lot of problems. And you want to talk about the environment. Look at all the environmental advantages there will be when you have flying cars, taxis, or minibuses, instead of paving over Mother Nature with highways. Right?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah. If you could improve the efficiency of the existing highways, for, like you say, for trucking, for industrial stuff, and I completely agree with you that it would be great if we could bring back some manufacturing to this country. Why are we? If you just think about the amount of oil from these barges and stuff like that are bringing ships that are bringing goods over from China or wherever, and then you want to talk about the environment, right?
Yeah.
Like, why don't we build this stuff here?
We should be.
Create jobs.
We have so much opportunity. We have so much at our disposal. The resources are all here. We should be processing the stuff here, manufacturing here, adding value to our natural resources that we harvest and mine, right? Creating all kinds of employment and opportunities for people. The technology is all there. There's so much. The future could be so fantastic. It really could be. And we can get there so quickly too. Like even just talking about bringing manufacturing back. Why can't we do that? Of course we can. It's just a choice. But you have to have the political will to do it. You need someone with vision and leadership to say, hey, we want to do these things. Here's the vision. This is the plan. All I'm hearing from people anymore, for a long time, they whine and they bitch and they moan and complain and they want to tear it all down. I never hear very many people saying, here's a solution to this and here's a solution to that. Why don't we do this? This is what we need to do over here. Not too many people with a real vision. I see lots of opportunity.
Yeah, well, no, I think you're right. I think it's easier to point out the things that aren't working rather than like you say, to try to come up with some kind of a constructive solution.
Yeah.
But I think one thing that is certain is that the level of corporate greed and profit I think that's one of the reasons why they don't want to bring manufacturing back, is because they're worried that they're going to have to pay a decent, or people are going to have to pay more for the product that's built at home.
Yeah.
But I think if people, actually believe that they care about the environment and all the rest, and that you, like you say, you have these solutions and things in mind that could actually affect that in impact in a positive way, wouldn't we be willing to pay a bit more, knowing it's securing jobs at home?
Yes. I think that
control at home.
That's why even I'm a very much a free market guy, but I think that Trump was getting it right with his use of tariffs, because in the international market, you're really dealing with foreign governments and on a macro scale. So yeah, use constructive use of tariffs to protect industries, increased efficiency through the harvesting and mining of natural resources, make use of your domestic oil, you make use of your lumber, your uranium, all your mineral resources here, right? But don't just extract those resources and ship them to other countries. Process the stuff here, add the value here, and then have massive amounts of cheap, affordable energy for the people and for industry, so that your industries are ultimately more and more competitive. That's how you compete, right? And make sure that your industries are insulated, protected domestically, and then take steps beyond that to try to make yourself competitive internationally for exports in certain sectors where you have competitive advantages. But you got to bring your manufacturing back. Without that, and then you leverage your productivity. The only way we're really going to get out of our debt spiral here and our debt destiny is to harness the AI and robotics. And people will say, but that's going to displace so many workers. Yeah, it will, but you have to understand that if you have massive increases in productivity using technology, which is really what happened during the Industrial Revolution, that rising tide lifts all the boats, and people are then free to do other kinds of work. And people will. They'll become productive in other areas, and that's okay. And they will become productive in industries related to AI and robotics and the maintenance of these things as well. But the key is, harness the productivity and bring your actual productivity, your manufacturing of products and services here domestically. That's how you're going to ultimately get the heck out of this debt problem. The problem we have with the debt is actually a corporatocracy that is addicted to a fascistic capitalistic system, which is not really a free market-based thing at all. The economy that we have right now is largely based on debt spending, money printing, giving people free crap, and then putting the burden of productivity, exporting that to other countries so that they're supposed to produce cheap stuff in countries like China or Taiwan or Vietnam, and then we get that crap back, but we're paying for it with fake money that we never actually intend to pay back, so we just print more fake money. It's a capitalistic system that is, I'm very pro-capitalism, but what we've got right now is this bizarre, it's not even so bizarre. It is a, you understand what I'm saying, right? It's not a free market productive system. It's all based on debt and fake money.
Yeah, well, it's the illusion of choice.
That's true.
As well. So it's not really a free market in that sense, because there's so many monopolies that are, that exist in this country.
Yeah, and I did touch on that last night. Touched cell phone companies as an example in Canada. They have a bunch of different brands, but it's really just like 3 or 4 companies that control everything.
Yeah, and the thing is, realistically, it's I don't know. I'm relatively sure that we're paying probably the highest prices on Earth
for cell phone
for
service.
cellular service.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
They have them in these committee meetings, and they discuss all these things, but I don't know. I watch all these committees and discuss all these different topics, but half the time I wonder if it's just theater.
Yeah, it's
what's coming out of these things.
Yeah, and so much of this, it's not always in the best interests of the people. You look at the price of milk. We shouldn't be paying that much for milk. There's so much. So they dump milk down the drain in order to restrict supply to drive the price up and control the supply.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that as well. So I mean, that's. Yeah, I mean, you get like Paulia is always talking about the single mother. Well, it's a bit of a shock. You go to buy a 2-liter jug of milk and it's $6.99. I mean, that's, if you got 3 kids or whatever, I mean, that's not nothing, especially when you're talking about people that are, working on, wages or salaries that are not much higher than 15, 16, 17. I don't know. I think I was talking to a woman at Walmart one day, and she said that she was making $17 an hour. So, and hey, back in 1983 or 4, as a carpenter, $17 is a pretty good wage. But now, I would equate that to the same as being paid $4.50. Back in the day when, minimum wage in Alberta, let's say, was around $4.50, I believe.
Yeah.
So, you couldn't exactly rent yourself a house with that kind of money. Well, unless you were working 100 hours a week, but I think these days that's not necessarily an option.
It shows how that's how it shows how our system works, right? It's based on debt and inflation, and that's how the government gets away with giving us the free stuff. They inflate their way out of their debt, and it's really a tax on us in the end anyway. And that's why prices keep going up. So my parents, I think, paid for their house that they live in today, I think they paid something like, I don't know, $20,000, $18,000 or something like that.
Yeah.
Right? For my first house with my wife, we paid like $67,000. Good luck today with that,
Yeah. Well, I mean, I can remember quoting finished square footage on a house, $100 a square foot. We're not even talking about that long ago.
Yeah.
But then when you're talking about a 386 square foot, what they're calling them a condo, I don't know how you can, I would call that a closet, but, being sold for $1 million or more in Vancouver, right?
Yeah.
So what are you talking about? You're talking about $400 or $500 a square foot. I mean, it gets to the point where you're asking yourself, like, is it made of pure gold? Because I hope so.
Yeah. As crazy as things seem to be right now, though, one thing on my trip that struck me was as I was, driving along and seeing the roads and things, it reminded me very much of some areas when I was a kid of rural Canada and even northern Ontario, and even in London, where I grew up, which was a city back then of about 170,000 people. Today it's about almost 500,000. But as a kid, there was, like, for instance, an old bridge that was from the horse and buggy days. Only one car could go over it at a time. And it was on like a regular major road. And it went over some railroad tracks, a rickety old wooden thing. And as a kid, like, that was the reality. And everybody drove over that thing. It was a busy street. And it just was there for years and years and years. It wasn't replaced until the late 1970s. But today, you go and look at what you have there. And it's all gone, right? That's all gone. I remember what was there. Now it's like a paved road. It goes over the railroad tracks, and it's all, it's a totally different scenario in the whole city. Wooded areas that I saw when I was a kid, they're all built up now, and that's just in my lifetime, right? The major changes. So 10 years from now, things could look a whole lot different. 20 years from now, definitely going to look a whole lot different. And they can be for the positive or the negative, I guess, one way or the other. I'm going to stay in the country and keep trying to make it better.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that, what else can we do? We've gotta be optimistic, and, the things that we've overcome in this country, thus far, and still, what was it that, I think that Polyev was saying that they had paid back their debt from the war, like my grandfather's generation. Within a few years.
Yeah.
The debt from a world war, So, I mean, just think of that. If people can focus on the solutions. I mean, we got to look at the problem and look at it realistically. Because I think that there's a good portion of society who would like to just stick their head right in the sand, but face it for what it is. But we definitely need to start with a new government. That's absolutely critical.
Definitely agree with that. Yeah, it's time.
Yeah. Yeah,
it's time.
the proof's been in the pudding for a long time here, so it's well past its expiry date.
Oh, yes. God.
It looks like that cottage cheese I left in my refrigerator for 3 weeks. It wasn't pretty. Rick.
Yeah.
Should have gotten rid of that a little sooner.
You'd think the guy could take a hint, but I guess we have to just deliver the message.
I don't think that he has any social sensibility. He's inept.
in a way,
so narcissistic.
but you know what, man? In a way, it's better if he stays, because he's so unpopular that it'll guarantee that the Liberals will be defeated. If they bring in somebody new, it might be a different scenario. So think of it that way, I guess.
Oh, that he'll hang on to his grip on power
Until we have to
Grim
deliver
death.
the message special delivery in an election.
Oh yeah.
Right? But
Yeah.
but if he were to step down and you get
think
like
that if the Liberals had any strategic mind at all, he'd have been gone.
yeah, but he's
'Cause
got that.
It's a losing prospect.
It is dangerous though, because he has
piss
that
off
name, right? Trudeau. There's it's kind of like the Canadian equivalent of Kennedy. It's political royalty in a way, right? In this country.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
You know what I mean? So there is still that danger. He's got a lot of people behind him still. It's not going to be an easy fight.
No.
But we shall see, and with that, we should probably wrap things up here tonight. It's we've gone over time, and I'm glad we did, because I've really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, thanks, Rick. I got a little bit of insight from our conversation as well. When it comes to some of the things that I've been sort of thinking about and grappling with. So it's been a pleasure.
Pleasure's mine, sir, and I look forward to our next call together. It's been great, actually. Really enjoyed this one.
You bet. Have a great night, Rick.
You too. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thanks.
And with that, we are going to wrap things up here, folks. Let me just, I need to take that down. Just a reminder, you can support the program if you are so inclined, and we do need the support because, yeah, it's just you and me, and that's it to pay the bills. So, yes, thank you. You can support us at MaverickDonations.com. Where's the banner? Oh, right there. MaverickDonations.com. Or you can also support us at FreedomReporters.com. Please like, share, subscribe. And hit the notification bell if you subscribe over on YouTube, so you make sure you get notifications every time we post a new video. We went overtime tonight. Really appreciate Wafa and Raj for helping us with tonight's special interview. That was fantastic too. Some great information there. And I will be back tomorrow night to continue fighting for freedom with all of you here on the Maverick News Channel, where we have the antivirus programs for your mind. Love you guys. Catch you on the flip side.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.